It's clobbering time!
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
It's clobbering time! Clobberonimo!
Greetings, clobbers, clobberonimos, clobberettes, clobberoids, clobberussies, clobberologists, and every kind of clobber out there. And those who do not yet clobber, the secret is to bang the rocks together, guys. It's good to see you. Welcome to Clobbering Times, issue number 664 on YouTube, 1,364 overall, the past 14 and a half useless years. And wild card Wednesday night, but more importantly, a Clobberin Times Retroblasting team up, of which there have been many. And I'm always excited when we have one, joined as I am by my great friend, longtime partner in crime on podcasting, I might add, the great Michael French of Retroblasting. What's up, buddy?
No, I'm doing well. How are you, man?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. I'm just glad to have you here tonight, man. Miss hanging as always. It's always great to have you, bud.
It's always great to hang out with you too. I'm glad I'm on the other side of this 3-month journey, and I can finally receive messages from friends like you that say, "Hey, you got time?" And for the first time in 3 months, I can say, "Yes, I do. Let's talk for a little while." So,
well, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you being here. I know you've been big time busy, and I certainly understand that. And we'll get right started on it because I loved the video. Of course, we never needed. So I always feel like I haven't, like, when you got something new out, or find some other topic to get you come on. But even when there's no topic, just hanging with you is the best, buddy. So we'll do a little
agreed.
Show notes and my shout outs, and we'll get started there.
Sure.
Let's see. What is it? Wednesday night. Okay. Everyone, I want to thank everyone, by the way, for being here on Monday night who were with us. And of course, tonight it is the wild card, but now we've used the wild card to put a topic in, which is always fun. Tomorrow night, Thursday nights, all 4 of my shows are 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Tomorrow night, hopefully our wonderful first officer, RAQUEL BRIGGS, will return, and our great chief engineer, Mark D with the C, will be here, and we'll have our usual return of the Clubhouse 3, because she had been gone the past couple of weeks, and we can't wait to see her come back. I know you all miss her, so RAQUEL will be back for that. I don't know if we're going to start tomorrow night or maybe a week from tomorrow night. We're going to start reviewing. We reviewed Jerry Anderson's UFO. was something we just got through reviewing. We're still reviewing a Star Trek comic every week, Tales of Tomorrow, and we're about to start reviewing it probably next week. Start reviewing Blake 7. So one of my all-time favorites. So looking forward to that. Friday night, I'll be on my great buddy J-Man's channel. Shout out J-Man, brother. Good to see you, buddy. I noticed I saw you out there already. Man, he's got a great channel, my buddy J-Man. Put your link in the chat there, J-Man. Friday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, 7 Eastern. J-Man and Sean and I are reviewing all of Jack Kirby's Fourth World comics in order. One of the great masterworks by the King of Comics, and we're having a lot of fun doing that. I'm at my buddy Nick Weiser's channels on 8:30 Friday nights for the comic shop talk. Of course, if you like some good folks just hanging around, acting like it's just they're gone to the comic shop to pick up their new comics and talking about various things. Well, there you go. And what else? Oh, and of course, this is the big one: Saturday Night Star Trek. In our ongoing mission to review all of Star Trek 1966 through 2005, the only real Star Trek that there is, Raquel is back, so we will resume our reviews. We are on the last 2 episodes of season 2 of Star Trek Voyager. And if anyone's wondering what Saturday Night Star Trek is, we started with the original series, then did the animated series, the original crew films, the TNG, DS9, and now we're on Voyager. And after that, we will do Enterprise, all of Real Trek, the 735 Club, 1966 through 2005. And of course, on Sunday nights, I'm always at my good buddy Mark D with the C's channel, 10 p.m. Eastern, where we have the Sunday Night Geekery. And then on back with J-Man again on 3 Mondays out of the week, doing our Legion of Superheroes reviews. Sad night, one of the greatest Legion of superhero artists of all time. We just found out the great Keith Giffen has passed. So that is sad. But he's one of the greats. And of course, we have Earth B. We do Earth B on one Monday out of the month, the Wizard of Bob Haney. So that's all the show notes. Let's do some shout outs to our friends who are in the chat. First, we start off with our wrenches. The great Eric K., the Bronze Wrencher. Chris Burge, the Vindicated Wrench of the Great White North. D-Bud Martin, the Wrench of Iron. Lord Thoth, Avon lives, long live the Legion, buddy. The great J-Man. Wrench Without Fear. Hungry Boy, Master of the Clobberin. Maddie's Daddy. Leader of Richpionia. Fandy the Outsider, the Fanty Wrench, and Maximum Redstone, our own music meister. Now, let me see who is here with us tonight. We'd like to say hello to everyone. We've got a big crowd, so we're going to do this very quickly because I'm just so happy to see you all here with us. Of course, J-Man popped in. Gwagnar, good to see you, buddy. Tim Hayes, welcome. Brian Dillingham, welcome to you. We got some new faces here. Keely Chow, Roll Tide, buddy. Stephen M. Hey, Stephen M., it's good to see you, buddy. It's been forever, man. Lester San Jose, the Skeptic Tank, welcome. Gwagnar, what's up, buddy? Don't worry, she's on the way back. She's coming back soon. Godzilla Master 84, welcome. Let's see here. This thing goes fast on me, of course. Keith Holmesley. Holmesley, I'm saying that right. Let's see here. Up. All right. DJ Ronnie G, what's up, buddy? Claude Salling, hello there. Dadman and the Dadman clan, good to see you, buddy. The lovely Sherry, good to see you, pretty girl. I want to see that pretty face. Yes. Always lovely to see you, lovely one. Damon Lacornu, welcome. Always, if I mess up names, I'm sorry. I'm going really fast and have terrible eyesight. Herc 130, what's up, Ooby Dooby? Good to see you. Let's see here. Pat-ass, hey, brother. Great to have you here, man. Larry. All right, bro. Good to see you. Drew G, hello there. I think we got everybody. I hope I didn't miss anyone. I like to shout people out when they get in, when they come in, just the way we are around here. But the one I want to shout out the most is the great Michael French. Dude, man, it's so good to have you here. That video, you're killing me, man. I've almost watched it twice so far, and I want to watch it like 5 more times.
That's too kind. I appreciate that a lot. You were asking me right before the show started, is this the longest retroblasting video? And I'm like, I mean, to anyone who's questioning it, it's far and away the longest retroblasting video that's ever been pre-produced. Like, that's not a live stream. And I when I started, you know, being asked, because I wasn't going to go see this movie. I knew from the trailer that this movie was going to be like junk. And I knew from Kathleen Kennedy's Lucasfilm track record that there was no hope for this. So and plus, you know, not many of us were happy with the fourth movie anyway. There was no reason we didn't want the fourth movie. And after the fourth movie, we definitely weren't asking for a fifth one.
Yeah,
so,
definitely not.
You know, I was like, and based on how they were handling Star Wars the last almost
a lot of
10
factors.
years. Yeah, a lot of factors. It was like that Disney is not the studio that's equipped to handle pulp historical adventure.
No.
They definitely haven't been handling Lucasfilm properties properly, so best left well enough alone. But everybody kept asking me, are you going to go see it? Are you going to go see it? Are you going to go see it? And finally, Melinda just looked at me one day, and it was open. They were asking me like in the weeks leading up, the months and weeks. And I'd done some videos talking about, you know, why Indiana Jones 5 is irrelevant, like way before the film came out. And Melinda finally said, look, we need to go see it on opening weekend like we did Force Awakens, just so that you have something to respond to when people ask you, you know, what you thought. And when we sat in the theater and watched it, I'll say this much. I didn't have a reaction to it the way I had the reaction to Force Awakens, but that's not to say that I thought it was better than Force Awakens. What I think what's happened is I've become, you know how they've been talking about, Mike, lately, that, you know, Star Wars has gone from the fans being outraged to the fans being totally indifferent and not caring anymore. Like there's no magic left. There's no draw. I think that's what happened to me by the time I got to Indiana Jones 5 in the theater. Was I already knew it was going to be ghastly. Like I didn't have any high hopes for The Force Awakens, and I didn't even want to go see that. Melinda asked me to, she said, we need to go see that too. But I was now very familiar with Disney's pattern. So it was like, so I didn't have a visceral reaction to it, but it was so ineptly written and so not just disrespectful to the legacy of the franchise, but disrespectful to basic human intelligence, that I knew that this wasn't just gonna be because to anybody listening, I've never done a video about The Force Awakens. I've done videos about like sort of like broader issues in fandom that relate to the sequel trilogy, but I've never done a dedicated video about The Force Awakens. This one, on the drive home, Melinda kind of looked over at me and she was like, this was terrible. I'm like, yeah. And she's like, I can tell this is really bothering you. And I said, well, yeah, it's bothering me a lot. I said, on a lot of levels. And she said, well, are you going to do a video? And I said, probably. And so I started just working on something. And my friend Luis, who I thanked in the beginning of the video in the first title card, he managed to get me sort of a working copy of the video, or a working copy of the movie, that I could use as a reference point. I saw it in the theater. I saw it legally in the theater.
Yeah, sure.
And I was able to start working on the video sometime in like the first 2 weeks of July. And I didn't know how long it was going to be. And then as I continued to work on it, like writing it, and all of the 4 hours, I bet you this video, if I had not fact checked myself, this video might have been under 2 hours. But every time I would go fact check myself just to make sure I had a line right, or just to make sure I had a point right, I'd be scrubbing through the movie and I would re-listen to like 10 seconds on either end of the line that I was going to grab. And there would be this other dialogue and I'd be like, well, that doesn't make any sense either. And then I'd have to go back and write more stuff. And so it was just this onion where you could never find the center of its rot. Like, it was just like, where's the rotten part? You know?
Sure.
It was, you've seen the movie. I mean, It is,
unfortunately.
yeah, it's I'm blown away by how writers don't know how to write a coherent narrative anymore. Like I I mean, I would think that it would be easier, and you and I have talked about this before a lot on various Clobberin Time episodes we've hung out on. I would always think that it would be easier to write within an established franchise because the rules of the world build are already established, and the events and the characters and the situations that have come before help guide you into what you can and can't do to make the story successful. I would actually feel very encouraged by that. And yet it seems like every writing team that gets brought onto these projects now, it's like they find the people that don't know jack all about any of these franchises, and I swear there's a directive where they're like, don't watch any of the other stuff.
Yep.
Just write your own thing. Huh?
Yeah.
What? And it goes beyond the franchise stuff, which is why this video kept getting longer and longer. It goes to, they don't know anything about history. They don't know anything about time travel movies. They don't know anything about time travel theory. They don't know, like you see how it just starts to compound on itself, where everything. Mike, I'm sorry to stop in mid thought,
No,
but
no.
Mike, what's the deal right now with all of these franchise writers and executives being obsessed with time travel and multi-dimensions?
They do a little time travel. Though I think they're even more obsessed with the multi-dimension crap. Right now, it's I think because some of them, that used to be time travel has been in movies forever, right? But the multi-dimensional thing, I'll tell you what, I can't really answer you on time travel because we haven't seen as much of that as we've seen these multi-dimensional things lately.
Right.
I think it's Hollywood's very, very imitative and very unimaginative. So they stole that from comics and a few other things, and now it's like a new toy. It's like they wielding like they just stole their father's gun. If you've run from Jurassic Park, they haven't. It's just over the past maybe 4, 5, 6 years that they're really starting all this multiple reality crap.
Yeah.
That's for a relatively new thing, so they're going to suck it dry. Time travel will slip in there a little bit occasionally, like this movie, but for the most part, when is the last time have you seen that many time travel movies lately?
Well, I know they combine time travel and multiverse in The Flash. So like he goes back in time.
But it's taken from an established story that sucks.
Yes. Absolutely. But you know how these things go in trends. Like Dante's Peak and Volcano came out at the same time. Like
yes, exactly.
Armageddon and Deep Impact came out at the same time. So whether you're mining for a pre-existing time travel story or you're creating one from scratch, everybody's clearly looking for the time travel story right now, and I'm not sure why. Like I especially when it comes to something like Indiana Jones, where the aliens thing in the fourth movie was bad enough because Indiana Jones should be about the wonder of human history. That's what archaeology is. And so for them to then, because I know you and I joked about this years ago, and I can't remember in what context. Maybe it was when we talked about Endgame or something, but it might have, I feel like it was before that. But we made this joke at the time where we said, you have to be willfully idiotic to pick a plot that's going to be exponentially worse than the plot you picked for the previous movie. And we joked at the time that time travel, maybe it was with Terminator or something, but anyway, we joked at the time that time travel is the one they point to when they've totally run out of ideas, where it's it is. And when you have such a delightfully earthbound franchise as Indiana Jones, where the best version of the formula is everything else is fairly rooted in real world physics and rules, and there's the one object, there's the one bit of, hey, we can't explain this part of it at the end, like this is the part that created the legend in the first place, and now we've encountered it, but we don't know exactly what we've seen, we don't know if we're ever going to be able to explain it. That's what creates the intrigue. But to turn right around, aliens being bad enough, I'm not gonna, I mean, you know, aliens is bad enough, but it's almost like they said, what could we hit ourselves in the balls with that's worse than aliens? And they thought about it for about 15 minutes, and somebody said, ooh, there's nothing worse than time travel. Good one, Chet. Let's do time travel. I don't know.
It's mind-boggling. Is what you're trying. I think basically trying to say, because you'd say, look, if I told you, hey, Michael, like if I walked up to you cold and said, I actually had a time machine, and you knew it, right?
Right.
You knew I had one. And I said, well, I just went to the future to 2023, say like 3-4 years ago. I went to 2023. And then, they made Indy 5. You might go, really? What the fuck? But yeah, they did. Then I go, guess what? It's about time travel. You go, yeah, they're screwing with me. You probably would have had trouble believing it. I mean,
I would have.
Probably just I was messing with you.
Yeah, I would have.
Because I thought every time I heard the rumors or all this other stuff, I was like, no, that's just people as fans, like, having a laugh. That's people. I'm being trolled. I mean, it took me a long time to believe, and I love my boy Doomcock. He had he talked a lot about it. He exposed a lot of these things, but no matter who was there, I don't care if it was Jesus Christ, him or whoever. Anytime I heard someone mention that it was going to be time travel, until I walked into the theater, maybe a little bit more because now we were hearing some info before about it, but very close to the time it was released. Every time I heard, I think that's probably Jets. They're not really going to go back to Syracuse, whatever era time that was. They're not really going back. I can't believe. I refuse to believe it's even anybody.
Right.
Anybody would film that. Of course, I know I'm naive. I'm like, that might be too stupid for even. Somebody's screwing around, dude. No, they're not going to do that. Well,
yeah, like you're watching this thing and you're going, no, like I remember sitting in Indy 4. And I remember thinking, okay, maybe the setup of this is, oh, no, we're 5 minutes in. They've already found an alien corpse in the warehouse. Okay, wow, they're really doing this. Wow, they're really doing this. And so I thought, I never had hope for this movie, like I said at the beginning of the show. I never had hope for this movie. I never thought there was a need for it either. But I thought that they were going to play this movie so safe that it was going to play off like Force Awakens, where they were, because James Mangold kept saying earlier in the earliest stages when it was said that he was taking the reins over from Steven Spielberg, so Steven Spielberg could go make his, self, reach around movie, The Fabelmans. I'm going to make a movie about me and how awesome
I'm the greatest.
I'm the greatest. He went off and the first statement he made was, I'm really wanting to help take the audience back to how they felt when they saw Raiders of the Lost Ark. There was this overture that he was going to, really index on Raiders. And I didn't have any hope for that in the other direction, where I cynically told Melinda, I was like, yeah, they're going to do to Indiana Jones with this what they did to Star Wars with Force Awakens. They're just going to, gank the plot of Raiders and the beats, and this Phoebe Waller-Bridge character will be a hard drinking, two-fisted character like Karen Allen, but instead of being a love interest, she'll be this sidekick character or companion or whatever. She'll be the goddaughter or whatever it is. And I said, and it'll just follow these Raiders of the Lost Ark beats. Because especially when they said they were bringing back Nazis somehow, I was like, oh, okay, well then definitely that's what they're going to do. Right. And now I sit back and I'm like, that still would have been bad, but I wish they would have done that instead of what they did. Because what they did shows a complete lack of ability to write in this genre. And I don't
Yep.
know. We've touched on this before, Mike, and I'm very curious to get your take on this as somebody who has read the source material for this genre going way back, all the way back to the Phantom and the Shadow and Doc Savage and all that kind of stuff. Why is this genre so hard for these? I know these modern look. I know these modern writers are really bad at a lot of stuff. Like I know that we're in the nadir of creative value in the mainstream entertainment industry right now. I get that, but it seems like they've been having this disconnect and this problem with this genre for quite a while, and now because all of the writers are very, very poor, this genre has completely bottomed out. Like, what is it? Maybe I just plug into it better, but I just find this genre works for me. I get it, but I've talked to a lot of people and they've all said, as viewers, they're like, yeah, I'm not really into that genre. I've never been into Indiana Jones, or yeah, I'm not really into those kind of movies. And it's like, oh, I must be the outlier. I must be this weird anachronistic throwback kind of guy that, gets this stuff. I don't know. What is it about pulp adventure that is so hard? I'm asking that question rhetorically because I think it's hard, but yeah.
No. I see what you're saying, but I want to say some shout outs to some new arrivals. Joe Dog, good to see you there, buddy. Wonky Man, hello there. Brogo, K Dog Broadcasting, Eco 3, good to see you all. Thanks for popping in. I'm going to say that it's basically, again, like you said, there's no real answer to it, so it's a rhetorical question. But I had to make some speculations on it. Is that it's almost like it's too simple that it's too complicated. It's so simple that it's complicated for these people. You can write your simple stories, but modern Hollywood does not want to just focus on the adventure aspect of it. There are too many things. It's too many things that they're more interested in doing than making a piece of entertainment. And we don't, like a lot of, like you and other channels, I don't get political on the show. I'm just simply saying that if an agenda is your top priority, then you're not giving priority to what's supposed to be. The bottom line is to make an entertaining movie that people want to go see. And they would rather take these characters and deconstruct them. There's the biggest thing. I think we're just in a time of deconstruction and not of entertainment, fun art that people can go and have a good time. We're in a time now where the people who are in charge, the quote unquote creatives, and they're not creative, all they want to do is deconstruct these old things. They don't want to honor Indiana Jones or James Bond or Superman or whomever. They want to put their own modern day face on them. And most of these people are not interested. They're taking the creations of others and going their own way. I think it's simple as that, in the sense that they don't have any, like you just said, you feel like you're the outlier. You and I and many of us old timers are, because we would just like to see a rollicking adventure with Indiana Jones or whomever, or even some new character if it's good, and we just want to go and have a good time at the theater. I don't see anything wrong with that. They don't want that. They don't care about us. They're resentful. They want to take those things and trash them. And part of it is because I think they're bitter. They know they can never make anything as brilliant as Raiders of the Lost Ark. So they would rather tear it down. These are the way these people have always been this. And by the way, I guess, well, I'm not numb to it, but this started in comic books years before it started in movies. So I was kind of used to it. But I'll just say that this movie, you talked about how your reaction to this movie, it's fascinating. Mine was very emotional. Look, I didn't expect a good movie. Okay.
Right.
I went because, to be honest with you, even if I wasn't going to talk about it or review it, let's say I didn't do a podcast where I probably said, you know what, I'll go watch the shit just to see what happens. I mean, just to see it out of curiosity. I watch anything once usually, even if I think it's going to be shite. So I went and take Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. My reaction to that, as opposed to my reaction to this, when I walked out of Crystal Dumb Skull, I walked out going, that was kind of, I had my issues with it, but I wasn't really angry. I was just like, I think a lot of people were. Some people thought it was really bad. Others were
Right.
just like, man, this is kind of an awkward. Maybe, and so it gets a lot of criticism that it justly deserves. I mean, richly deserves.
Right.
Whereas I don't think it destroys the character in any way. Doesn't it? I mean, it
doesn't.
It's an inferior, flawed Indiana Jones adventure.
Yeah, it's like a bad Bond movie, but Bond himself was still Bond in the bad.
Yeah,
Bond.
he gets out. Yeah, right. You might go, oh, look, A View to a Kill was crap, and Roger Moore probably shouldn't have been making Bond movies at that point. But it didn't, other than a nice open, like a music soundtrack and stuff. For the most part, it's just not a very good movie. And you walk out going, yeah, Roger, hang it up, man.
Yeah,
and that's about it. This one is a little bit different because we knew he would, if he did hang it up, there was going to be another Bond movie in a few years. We knew that because of the way the Bond movies were. This was like, he comes back 19 years later, which is another aggravating thing about it. He waited too damn long. They waited too damn long. We get the fourth film, and you're like, after that, maybe you should just hang it up, dude. Seriously, that you gave it a shot. You guys used the wrong damn story. You made a lot of mistakes, but at no time in the movie does it not feel like an Indiana Jones movie. Just not a very good one. At least that's my opinion. I don't walk away going, what did I just watch there? I just thought, yeah, it's got a really lot of stupid shit in it, and we could beat the hell out of it forever. And it deserves all the ridicule it got and all the criticism that it got. But I never don't, and it's like, because again, I've been reading comic books for years, as you said, and pulps. A lousy issue or a lousy 5 issues of a Superman comic or a Batman comic don't make me go, the character's dead, he's over. I was like, yeah, somebody just got a hold of him that doesn't know what they're doing. Same thing with Crystal Numbskull. It's just the wrong idea. But now it's almost like someone who really liked that movie decided, hey, Mangold really, let's say his favorite movie of all time is Crystal Skull, and he hates that everyone hates it. So he decided to show you, hey, if you want to see how I can if you think that ruined Indiana Jones, you just wait. Hold my beer, partner. I will destroy this character.
Uh-huh.
This movie makes me angry. It makes me sick. And I'm sitting there the whole time in that theater, like, I cannot believe what I'm watching here. In the first, and of course, you lay it out brilliantly in your video. If you've not seen Michael's video, folks, everyone, you got to see it. And it just deconstructs every single thing, not just about the character, the genre that you've been talking about.
Uh-huh.
It deconstructs all of that too. But it takes Indiana Jones. It's almost like you have to hate Indiana Jones to make this movie, as far as I'm concerned, to write this shit and to film this shit. Harrison Ford, I used to at least say, at least he loves Indiana Jones. You hated Han Solo and you proved it. Now you've proven it that you hate Indiana Jones 10 times more than you hate Han Solo.
Right.
Because Han Solo goes out like a punk bitch for sure. And this one, the degradation of this character is far worse. And I never thought I'd ever say that, by the way.
Yeah, it really is. It really is bad. I mean, there was an interview that I saw where it was for Dial of Destiny, where he said that, for him, it was all about, he liked doing these films, quote, as long as there was another aspect of this character to explore.
Oh.
And I was kind of taken aback by that, because what it told me was that he didn't understand what makes a serial character work either.
No, he doesn't. He never did. You could tell him that to the cows go. Well, you talk about pulp characters. He wouldn't even know. He would know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like, dude, if you're trying to make some dramatic statement and grow a character, then you really shouldn't have turned down Hunt for Red October, and you should have stuck it all the way out through all the Clancy novels and pulled a David Suchet with Poirot, and then just grown that character all the way through his entire literary, adaptation. Like, sure. That's what you should have done. But I hate to break it to you, pal. You're trying to impose that kind of dramatic satisfaction onto a character whose success is really predicated on you not coming at it with that attitude. You need to come at it with the attitude of James Bond, and he did not understand that.
No.
And he's demonstrated that because of all these overtures he's made about this is the story I wanted to tell, and you know this, and some of that is press junket PR spin and him being a seasoned, you know, actor selling the movie before it comes out. But some of it, I think, is his fundamental. I think beginning with Last Crusade, I think he started wanting to make that character more than, I don't mean more than as in superior. I mean, he started trying to put a lot more ingredients onto that character, thinking it was going to make it tastier, and it only spoiled the meal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, hey, Max Redstone, buddy, thanks for the super chat. He said, I appreciate that, man. You're too kind. He says, for discussing Indiana Jones movies other than 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, or 3, you were fined 5 credits for multiple violations of the verbal morality standard. That's a fair cop, but society is to blame. Thanks, Max. Our good buddy Max Redstone. Appreciate it. Hope you're feeling better, brother. Thank you so much.
Is the punishment for that I have to wear one of those Spock helmets for like a week or something? Like,
yes, but you got to go in the agony booth and, you know, that kind of stuff. But would you, or you could just watch this movie again. You want to know one of the most profound things I heard about this movie from anybody? I don't care. We could talk about it all night long.
Mm-hmm.
You can make more videos. Our good buddy J-Man, who's a big fan of yours, by the way, and a good fan. I go on this show all the time, on this channel all the time. Real good buddy. Said something right after the movie came out, because I didn't know, you know, after we tease each other. He likes a lot of stuff. And he admits, he's first to me, he said, I like bad movies. He loves bad movies. He says all kind of movies. We tease him that he likes and he knows that I hate or that Mark hates and stuff. And we're always, you know, having a good back and forth about it. And this dude, he buys them all. And I'm talking about you, J-Man, because you're a pal. But he said the most profound thing I've ever heard about this movie that can be boiled down almost nothing never be said by this. I almost don't want to quote him because I'd rather pick on the movie more. But it has this is because this is coming from, I'm not calling you an 8-year-old, J-Man, but this is something that an 8-year-old would say that you would go, wow, out of the mouth of babes. And no, you're not. You're younger than me, young whippersnapper, but I know you're not young. And he simply said of the movie, Indiana Jones didn't do one cool thing in the whole movie.
Nope.
That is, think about that for a second. Not one. I know it sounds simple, and it is simple. But yes, in every movie, look, he did cool shit in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yep. He did.
He did. I mean, you could say, well, yeah, okay, he didn't need that stupid refrigerator scene and all this other stuff, but did some pretty cool stuff, like the whole thing in the warehouse when he's running from when he's fighting the Ruskies and all that kind of stuff was pretty cool.
Yeah, shooting that rocket launcher into that thing and jumping onto that Jeep full of Russians and starting to just punch their lights out. And yeah, there was some cool stuff he did in that movie. Yeah.
So you could definitely say there was it felt like an Indiana Jones adventure. And then when you touched upon in your video, when you show this part again, profound simplicity, when the they're all garbage, dreadful scene where he says to Salah in the street, this isn't an adventure. Boy, howdy.
Yeah.
Thanks for admitting it, at least.
I think that was the cinematic equivalent of a Freudian slip.
Like you said, put it on a poster.
Yeah.
This isn't an adventure. Remember, if adventure has a name, it's no longer Indiana Jones, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my God. Wolfie, hey, thank you. Wolfie's good to see you back here, bro. He says, after years of being a pilot, I wonder if Harrison then proclaimed that he wanted to explore another aspect of flying planes, like landing. He'll get around to it. No, we're not landing. We're crashing. It's deconstructionism. Here's the thing, dude. All right. I personally couldn't stand Logan. I thought Logan was a piece of crap.
Right.
I don't know about you, but I just thought it was a nasty.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
It holds no appeal for me.
And I like Hugh Jackman fine as Wolverine. I don't really like those X-Men movies, but
yeah, well,
Logan,
you have a brain.
No, I wouldn't go that far, but thanks. Compared to people who made them, compared to people who made this movie, you know.
Right.
So Logan, I thought was just. I mean, again, it was. Why does anyone like that? It's that depressing, ugly garbage. I went saw it the one time. I never want to see it again. And then along comes Patrick Stewart, who you did make a mention of, who and he was in that, but he decided he thought he wanted to do Old Man Picard in the vein of Old Man Logan, which was from comics. And it's one thing to do a comic of Old Man Logan. I'm not interested in it, but it's not like this is an Old Man Indy series of books or comics, which may or may not interest some people. I don't imagine why it would. The only Old Man Indy that interested me was on the old TV show. At least that guy had some spunk. That Old Man Indy, George Hall, would have kicked a lot of more ass than this decrepit old fool. And he was in his 90s.
Oh, yeah.
He did kick ass in some of those shows. Victorian Sword, hello there. So what I'm saying, Mike, is I guess this is all about deconstructionism. This is all about taking the things of the past that the previous couple of generations loved and just annihilating them, as far as I'm concerned. Like, you take Old Man Picard and you let Patrick Stewart do a vanity project where he takes that character. I'm not the biggest Picard guy, as you know, because Kirk is the greatest. But be that as it may, I respected him, and there are a lot of people who grew up loving that character. They grew up with Jean-Luc Picard. For him to take that character and run him through the muck like they did for not 2 but 3 seasons, because season 3 sucks, everybody, no matter what you say. This is the same shit. It's just one movie and one more character. They run through the mud. And we've already had it done to all the Star Wars characters. Now it's time to do it to, well, now you've done it to Indy. Who's next? I mean, I don't know. They're doing it to all the MCU characters. They've done it to all of them.
Well, yeah, the ones they haven't pissed off legally, they've definitely kicked out narratively.
Yep.
I mean, let's see. So they've messed up Doctor Who's backstory.
It's Doctor Who's destroyed. Yep.
They've messed up Han Solo, Leia, and Luke Skywalker and murdered them all at the same time.
Yep.
Killed them. Patrick Stewart's Jean-Luc Picard is a galactic pariah turned
robot.
Somewhat robot.
Pretty much a robot, a synthesoid.
He's a robot that they conveniently forget is now a robot.
We forgot. Oops.
You just want to take all this stuff and just put it in a big bucket and put a what if label on the bucket and just throw it away. Like it's none of it counts. None of it's and when I hear people say things like, well, you just are resistant to these new shows because you're older now, and
you black pillar.
Older, I've heard people say this when you get older, you resist newer things. And I'm like, look, let's take Star Trek as the perfect example. I got into Star Trek actively when there was still only one crew.
Yep.
And there was one television show, and the movies were like just heading into part 4. Like I saw part 3, Star Trek 3 in the theater. So like, and I had already seen part 1 and 2. So, and I was watching the TV show in syndication. So when Star Trek: The Next Generation came out, I was there for.
I agree, Fanty. No argument for me, buddy. I think it's pure evil. Good.
I didn't run away from it in a grumpy fashion. I ran to watch it. I wanted to see what this new show would be like.
I did too.
While I never warmed to it in the way that I would always love the original show, the original crew in those movies, I didn't like with you. I didn't walk around hating The Next Generation, and I was glad that it was there to watch. I appreciated it being there to watch. Similarly, like that's an example of that was new, but I didn't hate it because it was new. I don't hate things because they're new or because they're old. I hate things that are poorly written or make no sense or desecrate characters pointlessly or whatever. I as I was finishing up this Indy 5 review, which is a modern film that I didn't like, I I had just seen the movie Sisu, which is a modern film that I really, really liked.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, people love to tell me to my face that I only like old stuff until I do a video about old stuff that I criticize, and then they're like, "You don't like anything," so they can't keep it straight. But most of the time, they say I only like old stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still exploring old stuff. While I was working on this video about a new film I didn't like, and I just seen a new film that I did like, Sisu. I had just bought a stack of discs of older movies. This one was a 1968 Cold War spy movie called A Dandy in Aspic, starring Mia Farrow, and I'd never seen it. And I sat down to watch it, and I bought a Blu-ray and everything. I effing hated that movie. I thought it was choppy and dumb, and my point in saying that is, just because it's old doesn't guarantee it's great, but just because it's new for me doesn't guarantee that it's bad.
Right. Sure.
It's I think it's very telling that a lot of the new films that I actually like a lot tend to be from smaller production companies and independent production companies that don't have this draconian corporate oversight that, just pounce everything into vanilla pablum. They have the opportunity to be riskier and stretch themselves and, say things that are, through the stories that they're telling that are, they're not always corporate comfortable, but that's what art is supposed to be. Art is supposed to have a certain level of discomfort, to stimulate the audience in one way or another. And there's nothing, just like what J-Man said, which was that Indiana Jones does nothing cool in this movie. It's true. The things that Indiana Jones did that were cool back in the day were also things that Disney today would say are problematic. I don't think they are. Disney would say this, that they're troublesome, problematic, uncomfortable, things that we don't want to portray our Disney heroes doing on screen. They're not equipped psychologically as a company culture to do that. And that goes beyond the corporate culture part. Disney has the corporate culture part married to the weird ass Mickey Mouse culture part. And those there's no other company like that in the entertainment industry. They've always been weird like that. It used to work in their favor when they were just Walt Disney Studios. But the moment they started, after Walt's death, growing by leaps and bounds, it started to get exponentially worse, and it started to become evident that this creepy cult-like atmosphere that they foster with corporate culture imposed over it was that was perfect poison. There's nothing getting out of that vortex now. Disney made the black hole, and now it is the black hole.
Yep. Good one. That's true. That is so true. Gunstar One, welcome. Good to see you. Yep, that is so true. And yeah, I don't know, they just, I can't imagine anyone sitting. This is something that bothers me. So many people are coming out. It's almost like they could not admit how bad this movie was, because I don't see how you walk out of that movie in a good mood.
You don't.
I mean, look, if you think, I don't know how you walk in there going, wow, look what Indiana Jones, look, even at the end of take Crystal Skull again. If you don't like the movie, you might walk out going, that sucked. That's fair enough. You walk out going, if you think it was really bad and you're in a bad mood for that respect, I get it. But it does end on a high note. There, it's got, Indy and Marion back together. They get married. You have the scene where the kid gets the hat, and you got the music, and it ends like every other movie of Indiana Jones, all the Indiana Jones films, on a high note. At the end of Raiders, it's kind of a mystery. It's kind of a bittersweet ending. but it's still him and Marion going off to get a drink. And of course, as you know, at the end of Temple of Doom, well, yeah, it does chronologically happen first. That was a fun ending as well, with the Short Round spraying them with the water from the elephant and all that fun stuff. Ending of a great ending of Last Crusade, which I really loved. It riding off into the sunset with that great John Williams score.
Yep.
And it was a nice, sweet ending to the end, whether you like, Crystal Dumpskull or not. A sweet ending to that movie. And this one, hey, everybody. After Indy Jones just got his ass rescued for the 15th time and brought back into the future that he didn't want to go back to, he'd rather die. Oh, by the way, yeah, I don't want that to be lost on you. He wanted to die. Indiana Jones wanted to die, folks. And then when he gets dragged back against his will to the future, he's all, but oh no, we're going to give him an uplifting 5 seconds. That's not enough. After all that downer crap, then you're going to go, and Marion comes back. Oh, see, we had an uplifting ending. No, you didn't.
Right. No, it wasn't uplifting at all. Everybody that got hoodwinked by that whole mirroring the scene in Raiders, we all know that was a reshoot. We all know that was a desperate Hail Mary play. We all know from Karen Allen's statements that she was brought in after the fact. She didn't even expect the phone call.
Right.
We know all that. So for me, and I didn't know all of that going, and I knew the ending had been reshot, but Karen Allen didn't make her statements till after the film had come out. And but even then, if you've seen enough movies and paid attention, which a lot of people don't, you can feel how stapled on that ending comes off. Like that ending really feels nailed on to the end of a broken piece of furniture. Like it's not in any way, and I'm not saying that the film up until that point was any good. But I was telling somebody today, because somebody told me today, they said, Michael, can you imagine, with the film being the way it is, can you imagine how bad it must have been before they reshot the ending? And I'm like, well, I said, probably in this case, that's true, even though the ending is still terrible and the movie before it is still terrible. But I reminded the guy, I said, not every corporate decision to refilm things is necessarily a good idea. I still believe, not just believe, I know for a fact, a lot of films throughout film history have been broken by corporate interference, by executive interference, by that kind of thing. Those notes come down from the suits and just break everything. Now, in this particular case, what I think has happened is that movie was broken at the concept level, and they weren't smart enough to know that while it was still on a page and not money in a camera. So they, of course, like the stupid, Hollywood flacks they went off and started filming this really bad idea. And then they got to a point where they realized, oh, this film is really not working well. So we got to do the whole KK thing where she always spends hundreds of millions more in reshoots. And the reshoots are just to Frankenstein something together. But there's really no saving that concept. There's fundamentally that story is a disaster. And that ending, to me, was not charming. That ending was just a clunky fake appendage that was put on a cauterized wound.
Well, yes, especially because when you think about it, I mean, hell with the ending, nothing in the movie has any joy in it whatsoever.
None.
All the other films are roller coaster rides, not only of action, but of emotion. In other words, there are scary scenes, there are thrilling scenes, there are humorous bits, there are every emotion's run through, including even sadness. I mean, when he thinks Marion is dead throughout a good chunk of the film in Raiders, when he thinks she's been killed. In other words, just in Raiders alone, it's all over the place, but it never loses its sense of fun and enjoyment and wonder. And all three of the first films, even the fourth one tries, I just don't think they make it, but all of them have all of those things, but there's never any long stretch, super long stretch of time anywhere in any one of those 4 films where it's a downer. You think Indy's just not engaged. He looks like he doesn't even want to be alive, doesn't want to be there. Everybody's sad. People are just, yes, bad things are happening, but not like these horrible murders by these Yahtzees in this garbage movie. In other words, it's never, things never look hopeless. They look thrilling. They look scary sometimes, but it runs the gamut. But you never at any time feel depressed. At least I don't. In this one, it starts out with that opening, that goofy opening aside, because a lot of people like to say, I like the first 20, 30 minutes of the CG. It's just a dopey action scene that's not particularly well done, and you deal with it brilliantly, by the way, in your review.
Oh, thanks.
That's just a bunch of whatever. But you're getting some action to distract you from what's about to come, I guess. But after the point when the movie settles down from there and we end up in the present of 69, it is absolute from wall to wall downer. There's nothing. There's no particular. Indiana Jones is a humorless. We've never seen him this humorless ever. In fact, he's not humorless. Humorless, down, depressed. And why wouldn't he be the situation these idiot writers put him in?
Yep.
Sean Green, hello there. Nothing. The movie from then on takes a nosedive. It's funny how all these modern movies from Disney and Marvel Disney are always so jokey to the point where, like, good God, you guys can never be serious about anything. This one, no, there's really no humor.
No, there's not.
Not from your main character for sure. Only from annoying, insufferable biatch, who is just as boy, man. I tell you what, they could not ask for a worse character to stick in a movie. But that's
no, and all of her attempts at humor as a character fall flat.
Or mean.
They don't work.
They're cruel and stupid.
And then there's that misplaced attempt at humor that I broke out and analyzed when they're in that hotel at that artifact auction, because they start trading these lines that are some of the most loaded lines, or they should have been loaded. You've just had Indy witness the cold-blooded murder of 2 innocent college professors, and now he's framed for it. And the people that murdered him walk into that artifact auction after Helena tries to tell everybody that that Indy is the one that's actually wanted for murder, when even she knows that he's not the murderer of those people. And Voller and him are staring at each other across the room, and it's not just the music that they used. They asked John Williams clearly to start putting in some lighthearted bickery music, which is ridiculous.
Yes.
Because the deliveries of the lines, especially on the Mads Mikkelsen side of it, and Mads Mikkelsen and Harrison Ford both are going to do what the director asks, I would think. Mads Mikkelsen definitely would. So they're being directed to play it coy rather than seriously. And I'm going, and the lines they're saying are things like, he's like, you should have stayed in New York. And then Indiana Jones, and this is the most loaded line in the whole thing, where he's like, you should have stayed out of Poland. I don't have a problem with the line. Right. I have a problem with the way it's delivered and the music that's put over it, because it's with Helena's accidental almost spit take when he calls Mads Mikkelsen, Yahtzee, and all that kind of stuff. All of that is being played for laughs. And it's like, but we just saw 2 people murdered and an innocent man framed. So, right. And now you've decided that he's going to stare at this murderer guy, and they're going to trade lines back and forth, where Indy reminds the audience that this guy is backing a global force that, killed millions upon millions upon millions of people, not just in the camps, but because of the war itself and the invasions and everything else. They killed all these people. And James Mangold is going to be like, hey, let's make the Poland line like kind of a cutesy like punchline. And it's like, it needs to be really serious. Like when he was talking to Belloc in Raiders, where he's like, You want to talk to God? Let's go see him together. I've got nothing better to do. Like, it needed to be that serious, and it wasn't. And it's like, was everybody working on this movie out to lunch? Like, as far as when certain emotional beats needed to happen versus others? Like at one point in the film, after Antonio Banderas is killed, she's, whooping and hollering seconds later. And Indiana Jones as a character has to be the voice of the audience and tell her, hey, someone just got murdered, remember? And she's like, oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, my friend, you got him killed.
Right.
Well, Indy got him killed, but
Indy totally got him killed. Like, Indy is culpable in that murder.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Look, it's so horrible. I mean,
did you not happen to notice how Antonio Banderas, in many ways, his inclusion in that film, in the video I made, I cited Samuel L. Jackson in the prequels, but just in general, on a higher level of more bird's eye view, he's that breakout character that is instantly more interesting than anybody they're hanging the movie on. And this has happened a lot before. Mm-hmm. I'm reminded of, while this being a legacy character, I'm reminded of, J.J. Abrams. He kept having that problem at the writing level with Luke Skywalker. So he finally kicked Luke Skywalker to the end of the movie just so he wouldn't overshadow this guy's graham cracker characters the moment they showed up. And like, I don't know. I find it weird that you wouldn't notice that on the set. Like, was there never a moment, like, because we know that when they made The Force Awakens, they were going to kill Oscar Isaac's Poe Dameron. And then they realized how likable he was, and so they kept him around. They rewrote the script. I'm a firm believer that they made a huge mistake not rewriting that script on the fly to keep Antonio Banderas there for the rest of that film. He was the only character that had any jokes, that was genuine, that had any good interplay with people. Like, they should have gone into an emergency rewriting session.
Yeah.
Said, you know what? After our first day with Antonio, we're going to do everything we can to keep him around.
You don't kill him, at least.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't even realize that was him at first. I got to be honest with you. I forgot he was going to be in the movie, and it took me a second. Of course, at that time, I was getting very sleepy because my anger started to subside. Yeah. I started to, all right, J-Man, take it easy, buddy. By the way, hello, Doc Forge and Down Don Power Rangers and Canadian Spider-Man who does whatever a Canadian Spider can. Good to see you there, buddy. I was kind of fading in and out when we got to that scene. What is it, like an hour and a half or something into it? I don't know at this point. Hour and a half, and then just now getting to the alleged Indiana Jones type of thing to be doing, like out on the water, diving for stuff or what have you. So, something like that, right? Maybe hour and a half.
Yeah, it's about an hour and a half. Yeah.
By the time we got to that scene, I was so out of it. I remember, I don't know if I faded in and out, and I was, better eat some more popcorn because I'm going to be here a while. And that kind of juiced me up a little bit, and then I'm like, and then it took till later. Oh, was that Antonio Banger? And in fact, I missed. You know when I blacked out actually was the whole stuff, and when they went deep diving down into with that scintillating, exciting, nerve-wracking roller coaster ride of an action-packed scene when they were just underwater, looking at things with dark shots of silly eels coming around.
That's the whole
really
thing.
Exciting stuff, right?
Really exciting, and there's no reason for an 80-year-old man to be on a diving squad.
None at all.
Like
Good
there's
point.
No reason. Like, I can't believe that somebody thought that a diving scene was going to be compelling. Like, I can't remember. Here's what I do know. I know that as fondly as we look back on the Bond films, I know that there is some criticism that happened at the time and even later about Thunderball because of all of the underwater while the underwater action and staging was very impressive technically, it didn't have the same excitement factor at the time that Goldfinger had, and
Right.
then the volcano in the next film with the ninjas and stuff, and You Only Live Twice. It's easier to get the action going when you're not in oxygen masks in the dark under the ocean. It just is. And I get the temptation. I get the temptation of Indiana Jones has never been underwater like that before.
Right.
But there's a reason. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
It's just, but you know, in the Bond films, they did it a number of times, and you know, those kind of scenes in movies never really do a whole lot for me. The underwater fights and stuff. Maybe it's just 'cause I imagine myself underwater like that. You know, but anyway, I don't know. But yeah, it just they've done it. But at least you know when they did it back then, you're right. It kind of it started to get a little bit old. This time though, this is not like in a Bond film where they're down there and some other guys sneak down in and have like have a big like fight with them or something. Remember they fought underwater in Thunderball and in which one was it For Your Eye Bags Oldie?
Yeah,
that one.
For Your Eyes Only. Yep, that's it.
And a couple of other ones, and of course, Never Say Never Again, the remake of Thunderball, and a couple. Yeah, but you know, they did a lot of underwater stuff in Bond films. That's fair enough. In this one, all they did is just go dive down, and they go to the bottom of this thingy. They get eels, and then the bad guys just wait for them to come up.
Yeah.
And like you said, he had no reason to go down there. Of course,
there was, and the bad guys kill one of them before they know which one they killed because they cut those hoses. So like one of those people, you know, could have been holding that tablet, the Graphicos that they needed, but they don't know which person they just cut the hose line to, which means that person that went falling back down into the depths of the ocean, that could have been the person holding the thing they wanted. So it's like, why are you doing that? Why would anybody write that way? Like,
right? Yeah, it's just
I could see it. You know, like if I said in the video, you know, if this was Last Crusade style story where the people that are after them aren't after them to get the thing, the people that are after them are trying to prevent them or anyone else from getting the thing, then by all means, cut all 4 of the hoses because your job is to just prevent people from finding the information.
It was so dumb. It's so their own purpose.
Yeah, so
everything in this movie is dumb.
Yeah,
I love you. You had a great recurring, but not the spoiler. But you know, the script is so stupid.
The script is so stupid.
So stupid. Everybody makes mistakes, but these people don't even. I mean, it's just too lazy. You know, you can catch people in something mistakes in a lot of movies and stuff, but. And you laugh though, because if it's a good movie, you go, oh, they got away with that one or whatever. But you know, if you're going to get away with something, you got to be a good movie too.
Sure,
you get away with all kind of crap if your movie's entertaining and people go, oh, I get that one. I don't know about, but whatever, still good.
That's what drives me nuts about modern fandom is that modern fandom seems to have this attitude that if there's anything wrong with a movie and you point it out, they classify all of that as nitpicking.
Yep.
And I'm like, there's a big difference between nitpicking and calling out a real logic problem. Like, they think that plot holes are nitpicking. And I'm like, no, plot holes are plot holes. So I'll give you an example. So nitpicking is anything where you have to say, well, technically that's an incorrect prop that they're holding. That wouldn't have been around at that time, right? But I sit back and I go, okay, that is you are technically correct, which in some circles is the best kind of correct according to Futurama. But when we watch a lot of those films that are set like for example, I don't want to use this one as the example, but they're set in the same time period. So like films that are set in the same time period as Zulu, right? So they're the late 19th century British colonial period, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oftentimes in those movies, they will give the British characters who are the soldiers, they will have them carrying World War I style Webley revolvers. Why? Because even though those Webleys are from the beginning of the 20th century and not the 19th century, they have a lineage that goes back to earlier revolvers that look equally Victorian. So, and there's enough of them because they were made in large quantities for World War I that you can get enough of them to outfit the cast with, and they look appropriate even though they are anachronistic. But the more important part I'm getting at is they don't affect the plot. They don't affect the character arcs. They don't affect the tone. They don't affect the logic. They don't affect the story in any negative way. Similarly, as much as we can nitpick the fact that the movie Patton had to get, slightly more modern tanks for the Germans and the Americans to use in the film, you had to get a certain number of tanks for both sides to show a tank battle. All right. So guess what? That might irritate OCD history buffs, but for the purposes of the narrative to make the movie, you need that many tanks. Okay. Yes. Anachronistic, technically incorrect, but not narratively breaking problems. Like these are nitpicks. When I mentioned Marion's photograph on the refrigerator, that's a nitpick. But I made that nitpick so that I could make the joke about the assassin having a camera in the alley.
And it worked.
Pictures of people.
Right.
Right. That was a jokey nitpick.
Why would he have that picture of her though? So you're right.
Exactly. But I freely admit that it is a nitpick that doesn't actually break the narrative, but it's a joke. It was a
good one too. It's funny as hell, by the way. Yeah.
A critical problem or a plot hole or a contrivance is not a nitpick. So, for example, those are on a scale of, hey, that airplane, how'd he know where to store it? And how did he know that he would need an airplane? Like, because he hadn't fully figured out the dial yet. And how did he know to get that airplane stored before he'd even figured out that, one, Hitler was going to lose the war, and two, that this thing was going to be able to take him anywhere? And then, what a convenience that he was able to hide that airplane in the same place that he would finally find the lost missing half of the dial, 25 years later. And oh, thank God, the Time Fisher also manifests right above that airfield on the same night that he completes the dial. Oh, and oh, thank God that airplane is some rare variant that's totally fictional, that's apparently as big as a barn on the inside. It's like the TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. I don't even know how that works. So that Helena Shaw can crawl around in it like John McClane does in Nakatomi Plaza, which is totally impossible in a plane like that. But if it is a rare variant, how would he have gotten that out from under the noses of the Nazi brass and then hidden it throughout the duration of the war? And then why didn't the Allies find it in 1943 when they liberated Sicily? Because they would have secured all the airfields. So you see how one airplane, it's like, you think at first you're like, oh, Michael's about to nitpick. And then it's like, no, this one object proves a compounding, cascading series of problems that these writers wrote it up just because, Melinda calls it the and then philosophy, where they're writing a script the way a toddler tells us a make-believe story. And then this cowboy who can fly shows up on a unicorn, and then he brings out his laser guns, and then the bad guy ran away. Like, that's the way this script was written. I mean, really,
it is. It's astonishing because coinky dinks are, usually you'll give one or two minor coinky dinks, but
right. It's kind of like when they say, what's the phrasing? How many coincidences is it before it's no longer a coincidence or something like that? And here it's like, how many contrivances are we going to let slide before we just finally admit to ourselves that this is just a really bush league script? Like,
and they figured no one would care.
they figured no one cared. Like
I don't think no one cares.
that note page of dates is a great example of they mention this note page of dates. They make a big point of mentioning and showing the note page.
Yeah.
They even have Indy ask Helena, did you come across any dates in your father's notebooks? And she's like, no. Okay. That's a piece of concrete information that the writers probably regret giving us because they weren't thinking when they wrote all this, right? So you have these mysterious Basil notebooks that Helena no longer has, but she memorized. So thank God for that. But then Indy says later that, oh, the Nazis have your father's notebooks. How does Indy know that? How did they get them? Did Indy see them with them? When did he see them with them? I didn't see them with them. And Helena didn't say that they were stolen at any point. She just, said in the bar, my father had these notebooks. That's all she ever says. That's the only hint that she no longer has them. She speaks of them in the past tense. We have no idea how the Nazis got the books. And we know, based on the line that was just said about the dates, that the dates weren't in the notebooks because Helena memorized the notebooks and she doesn't remember any dates. So he shows her the dates on the pages that he had gotten from Basil when he took the dial back in the 50s or whatever. And it has all these dates written on them. Well, you know what Alfred Hitchcock says, he always says if there's a bomb in a room or there's a gun or whatever in the first act, it better go off in the second act. Well, these dates, they don't, they never come to anything. These you've even got a date on there, August 30th, 1939, or August 20th, 1939. And then like 20 minutes later, Voller reveals, I'm going to go back in time to August 20th, 1939, right before the invasion of Poland. And I'm going to stop Hitler from running Germany. And I'm going to save. And it's like, well, he didn't know about that date. Why is that date on the list of all these weird dates? Oh, thank God none of that mattered because they find out that the dial can only go back to one place in time. So what was the point of all the dates on the page? Like, was that just a misdirect, or was that inept writing, or was that something that was going to make sense? And then they did a bunch of corporate reshoots and didn't realize that they left that little splinter in there that was from something else. Was that date page proof that those original endings where Helena Shaw meets young Indy and, young Indy dies. I say young Indy, younger Indy, Raiders Indy dies in the past, that she has to, because is it proof positive that they were going to actually go back to the wartime era where they would have met Raiders of the Lost Ark age Indy, and then he would have died, and then Helena would have taken everything over? Like, all of these questions cannot be answered, and they just keep piling up.
That was the original that's one of the rumors that flew around out there.
Right. So let's take another example from a different film that's as equally frustrating, just to give everybody an illustration of what we're talking about. So I just watched today. I watched The Flash. I've never seen it before. I watched it.
He's referring to the new movie for clarity. By the way, hello there, Graham and Ezra Goldstein. Shalom, my friend. Welcome to you both. So yes, you're referring to the recent movie release of the same name. Yeah.
So we have this movie, The Flash. I'm not going to get into all of the. I'll describe the movie thusly as far as my take on it. That movie really is like a Subway sandwich or it's like a Moe's burrito. It's like a Moe's burrito where it was probably going to be okay, and then the person just kept piling on every single ingredient they offer to put in there for you, and the next thing you know, it's a mess. But that's immaterial. The point I'm trying to make is the main through line of that movie is Barry Allen wants to save his mother from dying when he's a child. So he uses the Speed Force to go back in time. And then in doing so, he relives through flashbacks the day that his mother was found stabbed through the chest in the kitchen, and that his father was, framed for it, or father was accused of it. And we all know that his father didn't really do it. Okay, so that's the kickoff to the story, right? So when we get to the end of the story, he's able to exonerate his dad by, some slight time travel subterfuge. It's like he learned his lesson but didn't, because he's like, yeah, I learned that I can't save my mom, but I still am going to manipulate some innocuous things to try and save my dad. Okay, fine, great, happy ending. But you know what they never did settle for us in that movie? Who did stab his mom, and why?
They almost insinuate that he did it. I mean, he's saying, I killed my mom. I mean, remember how he says, I killed her? Well, we don't know, because it's that you think they were adapting certain comics. It's supposed to be Eobard Thawne that did it, but they never say in that movie that I remember, unless you've seen it more recently than I have. They don't say who the killer is.
No, they don't even concern themselves with it.
Yeah, he's that other stupid version of the Reverse Flash. Some have said. I mean, but if they're basing on comics, it's supposed to be Eobard Thawne, but they don't say he's, of course, the Reverse Flash. Eventually, previously Professor Zoom. But I hate Flashpoint, the comic is based on, intensely. And
right.
I hate any adaptation of it's going to get nothing but crap from me anyway. So I don't know, but you're exactly right. We don't know in this movie now. In this movie, everybody, don't start bringing up comics or the stupid Flash TV show or whatever. In this movie, it is never explained. Ever. Right. What Michael's talking about. They don't tell you who did it, and you don't get to know who did it. Because if you want to know who did it, and that's a key thing about movies, Mike. You don't have to explain everything, but if you do have to explain your main mystery. Imagine I can't even imagine like a Sherlock Holmes book or film, I don't care if it's a Columbo episode. By the end of the Columbo episode, well, that's different. We already know who did it, but the beginning. But I'll leave that. Columbo, bad example. A mystery film, who done it, where you actually don't know who did it to the very end.
Right.
For example. But at least you know it by the end of the movie, right? That's why you're watching it or reading the story.
Right.
In this, you want to know who killed her? Well, guess what? Too bad.
Yeah, it amazes me that we have gotten to a place where this generation of writers thinks that emotional beats are more important than logical through lines. And they think that they're separate. They think that they're separate entities. And I'm like, do you understand that for a truly great story to be great, you have to have both emotional beats and logical through lines? You can't just have a cinematic tone poem. Like, this is ridiculous. And in this case, with both Dial of Destiny and The Flash, in those two examples, you have them just throwing out this random business with this note page of dates. And one of them complicates matters by happening to be a date that Basil wrote down separately from Voeller's pipe dream of going back to that same date. They never explain that connection, how it was even possible. And then they ride right past it by saying, well, the dial doesn't take you anywhere but here anyway, which is none of these dates. And I sit up and I go, I'm about to rip this chair out of the floor of the theater and throw it at the screen. This is insane. This is truly insane. I'm trying to think of a way to construct that. It would be like if you were watching. It would be like if you were watching, let's say, the original Star Wars, and while they're on the Falcon, Obi-Wan, shows Luke like some entries in his diary that have to do with, these planets or whatever that I don't know. But the point is that he would have this entry in his diary, and let's say it would like mention, Yavin and then like a number of other planets that aren't in the movie and are never in the Star Wars trilogy. And you don't really understand the context for why he's showing Luke this thing. And it seems important because they're taking the time to show Obi-Wan show this
right
these pages to Luke. And then all of a sudden, Obi-Wan's dead. The pages are gone. The context is lost. And then Luke and Han end up going to this planet at the end called Yavin to mount the thing. And you think, oh, is this going to tie into the Obi-Wan pages? And it's like, no, it never really does. And we never mention the pages again. And it's like, then what was the point of showing me that, asshole? Like,
none.
That's what they've done with this film, on top of the myriad other contrivances and problems that they've piled onto it. Yeah, it's there was never any kind of logic problem like that in the first 3 Indiana Jones movies. The fourth film, the only crime the fourth film had. Let's take our emotions out of it as far as like, yeah, I don't like aliens. Yeah, I didn't like the nuclear bomb. Yeah, I don't like the tone of swinging around with monkeys in the trees and stuff. I don't like that. But as far as the quest plot, the only crime that the quest plot had, it wasn't so much a logic problem as it was just they kind of didn't explain some of the background stuff very well. It got a little muddy about, who was the Spanish explorer that found the skull, but then he like got to a certain place and then they all died in that place, or they got killed by the villagers and they buried them with the skull. And so you have to like watch that movie carefully to quote unquote follow the skull, as it were. But once you actually pay attention more than you really should need to, like you have to follow these throwaway lines and shit to actually make it, follow the skull. But once you do, that actually lines up. It's just frustrating to follow. Whereas this, on the other hand, you can watch that movie 100 times. It will never make sense. It will never make sense.
Nope.
Yeah. I love what Echo just said.
Let's see. Right here. What you fail to realize, Retroblasting, is the real treasure is the friends we made along the way. Oh dear. Yes, indeed. When people go to see an Indiana Jones films, I'll grant you that nobody wants to have to even bother. They don't want to quote unquote, hey, Dalu, hello there. They don't want to think a lot in terms of they don't want to break down the thing. They don't want to have to break down a film as much as you do when you do a review. They want to feel an adventure with this character that they love. They want to go on an adventure with them. And if they're entertained and the character's well written and well done, and it's a lot of fun for a couple of hours, usually people are very forgiving. And then you can like later come to them and say, look at all this crap that was wrong. And you go, yeah, you know what? You could probably, I don't think you could do it to Raiders, but you could try a little bit. I'm sure you could find some things if you want to, but nobody wants to pick apart Raiders because it's so damn great. And look, people were brutal to Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, which you and I both love.
Right.
So that's one people like to pick apart. Not you and me, but
right.
But people like to do that. And I'm going, you know what? I don't want to do that because I really enjoyed it. But if you didn't, bust, have a good time busting your balls over the movie, I'm fine with it. But you just people want to feel like they're with a good old friend who's come back to go on an adventure. And this movie has none of that.
No, because like you and J-Man said so accurately, he doesn't do anything adventurous in the movie.
No, none. It's not and you pointed it out better than anybody could. Well, no, actually, Mangold did. He said this is not an adventure.
Right.
Well, What is it? What is it then exactly? Because you're supposed. This is a character that's an adventure character. Nick, old chum. I mean, what is Indiana Jones for but to be in an adventure?
It's not an adventure. Next scene, he's wearing a whip into a hotel.
You have Superman. This Superman like be Superman saying, "You know what? This is not a superhero story." Really? Well, then what are you doing here?
Right. Why are you dressed like that then?
Adventures changed its name to Nick Mangold, I guess.
Oh,
I mean, Jesus Christ. He's admitting it. I mean, like, like James Bond says, this is not a spy story. Really? Oh, that's what he did that last movie, didn't he? Oh, never mind.
mhm.
I didn't. I could. That's one I evade. I avoided. Be proud of me at least once. I avoided No Time to Watch.
Right.
I couldn't do it. But I don't like James Bond anyway. I don't really like his crap anyway.
Yeah, I suffered through it. I suffered
And it
through it.
is
Ooh.
it almost similar to this in the sense that it's not even a James Bond movie. Of course, it probably has more to do with Bond than this does with Indy. So
It has more to do with the Daniel Craig fishbowl Bond that they put Bond in a 5-movie narrative fishbowl, and that I thought that was a huge mistake, but it's the only stupid way that whole series of movies could end, barring the death of Bond as well, which is that was a huge mistake to let these filmmakers indulge themselves by killing Bond off in that way. Like, but what else could they do? They made Bond this hopeless
exactly
head case. So, it's
what's funny. One of the points that you hammer home quite brilliantly in this review is that Indiana Jones is a pulp adventure character, and you talk a lot about how once you give someone like that or a character like that a personal life, you complicate things. Even though the first four, I still like the first 4 films, especially the first 3. It doesn't. It complicates things. Not the first 2 because they don't have that.
right.
It's started with Last Crusade, but anyway. I've been saying that about the James Bond movies forever. I mean, Casino Royale, I thought was an okay action film. I didn't really like him that much, but then the Quantum of whatever the hell and the Quantum of what's-its and was it
Skyfall,
Spectre. Like those movies are boredom to me. Those 3 movies, all 3 of those movies, and then this, I didn't watch the last one. All 3 of those movies are about James Bond's goddamn personal life. All of them. They're all about his little. And then by the time you get to the last one, Spectre. Well, I didn't see the one after. Like I said, I didn't see No Time to Watch.
Right.
Spectre's the right one before that, though, right?
Yes.
By the time I managed to force myself to go to the theater to watch Spectre for some damn reason, at the end of that movie, I was like, man, why am I here? I don't really care about James Bond. James Bond's he's a downer. He's mopey. I don't really watch the Bourne films like everyone else does because I don't really like Matt Damon that much, but I get what those movies are about. And why does Bond have to be that? Why can't he be his own? There's no humor, no charm, no wit to them, just mega violence without even anything interesting story-wise. And it's all about his girlfriend and his future wife and his brother, for God's sake. And it just sucks.
Oh, well, that's the saddest part is that I liked Casino Royale okay. I wasn't comfortable with where they were going stylistically with it, but it was the way we were hoodwinked with a number of other franchises where they say, "Oh, we're just kind of like showing everybody like where he came from, and in the next movie he'll be Bond." And it's like, but that movie was so successful that they kept starting to try and drag it out. And it's like, well, you really didn't need to do that. But so like I like Casino Royale okay.
Yeah, that's right.
And
it's
then
entertaining. It's a fun movie. It's a decent movie.
Yeah, like it's it's never going to be classic Bond for me. It's never going to make
No,
I know some people like some people in my generation, they've betrayed me where they're like, Casino Royale is like the best Bond movie ever, and I'm like, you know what? For somebody that grew up on the ABC Sunday night movie, you should be ashamed. You should be absolutely
yes.
You need to go sit in the corner and think about where you come from. And but the first time I saw Quantum of Solace as an example, I thought that it was super boring, and I didn't understand exactly how the plot was unfurling. I didn't know what was going on. But then years later, Melinda and I, you know, we were No Time to Die was going to come out and come out on disc. We tend to like be on that staggered cycle where most of the movies we're on like the disc schedule where it's like
Right.
we wait
Sure,
for them
sure.
on disc. So we were going to revisit them. So I said, all right. So I went and bought the first 4 on the best format, and then we started watching them. And I was dreading Quantum of Solace. I was like, because I'd only seen it the one time, and I said I was never going to watch that movie again.
Yeah.
And then I didn't really like Skyfall or Spectre all that much either, really. Like, you know, but I didn't remember them in the same fashion that I had misgivings about Quantum of Solace. So for whatever reason, we start watching Quantum of Solace, and when I say for whatever reason, I mean for whatever reason while we were watching Quantum of Solace, it hit me different. And I'm not about to say it's like the second greatest Bond movie ever. I don't mean it like that. What I mean is that for some reason I was no longer confused. I was with the movie. I understood that it was this follow-up. It was basically, I'm calling it like the Vesper Lynd cycle, where it's in 2 parts. There's like 2 parts to the Vesper Lynd thing. It's the Casino Royale and the wrap up in Quantum of Solace. And it's like, suddenly I understood the movie. I didn't feel frustrated. I felt like it was fairly straightforward. I kind of liked it better. And I didn't hate it as much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I did find upon the rewatch was the end of Quantum of Solace. That was their opportunity to say, and now Bond is reestablished and let's jump. And instead, they kept him maudlin. They kept him tormented. They kept him destroyed. They kept him unsure. They kept him conflicted. They kept him all these things, and they kept destroying extra parts of his life along the way. Let's give him a brother who's evil, and let's kill M in this horrible way, and let's take him, let's do this, and he's gonna have a love interest, but he's not ever gonna be able to be with her because it's like, and the love interest is gonna be a not so thinly veiled reference to from Russia with Love, and there's gonna be all this stuff. And I was like, okay, what the hell are they doing? So I kind of look at it now, and I look back on it, and I go, and I mean this in all honesty. I'm like, Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace are the 2 I can stomach. It's the 3 afterwards where I really just don't see the point.
Yep. They're downers. They're downers. I mean, like they're all an origin story. It's like, wow, we need 5 movies for his origin.
Right.
All 5 of his movies are his dumb origin and his ending, though, too. It's like, then they tack on an ending. It's like, man, just James Bond. I didn't need to know any of that crap about James Bond.
But see, that's the sad part, is that when you watch Quantum of Solace, they actually wrote a positive ending to the Vesper Lynd cycle. Like at the very end of that movie, she's like, you didn't kill him, did you? We need the information, you know, because he finally finds the guy that lied to Vesper and all that kind of stuff. The boyfriend or whatever that, you know, he was tracking down. And he's like, yes, ma'am, he's alive and he's there for questioning. You've got him now. And then I don't remember the dialogue because I've only seen the movie 3 times and it's been staggered over a series of years. But she says something like, are you all right? Or something like that. And he's like, yes, I'm perfectly fine. And she's like, I need you back, you know, James, or something like that. You know, we need you back. And he says, I never left. And then he, you know, and he smiles at her and he moves off, you know, and it's the end of the film. Like he's ready now. Like he's no longer effed up, you know, or anything like that. Like he's Bond now. And it ends with the gun barrel thing. Like it brings the gun barrel thing into the end of that movie. And it's like that, those 2 films now, I'm like, okay, I can stomach those 2 movies as a 2-parter.
I understand.
But everything after that, I totally am in agreement that they are pointless slogs. Like, and that's what this Dial of Destiny was a pointless slog. Like it was, you know,
absolutely. And at least there was some action in those Bond pointless slogs. There's really, if you think about it, there's no action in this movie.
No,
not even. I mean, this not. I mean, I know this. I'm exaggerating. You got what? 2 chases. One's on the CGI horse chase through, which you would again, in fairness, in a better Indiana Jones movie, the idea of a horse chase through New York is a sound idea. It works. It's the kind of thing Indiana Jones will be involved in. Victorian sword. Hello there. Welcome. However, they didn't totally botch it here because it's just dull. You don't when it's happening in this, I'm not into it. Like,
right.
I get it. He's Indiana Jones, so he's got to jump on something and run and be chased, and that's whatever. But just wasn't particularly exciting. There's not much to it.
He can't have punches thrown at him. You'll notice in all the fight scenes, it's him throwing an occasional punch and then running away, and nobody gets to throw a punch back at him. There's one time where big Hawk guy hits him, and then but he's seated. He's not going to fall on the ground. In other words, and then there's another time, obviously the infamous Helena Shaw punch, where she punches him before he wakes up like Dorothy. But otherwise, all of his action sequences they're very lopsided. So it's like he's either not doing anything at all, or suddenly he's doing something that would be totally impossible for a guy that age to do, or even anybody. Like I can tell you right now, nobody of any age can crack a bullwhip in a hotel banquet room that crowded. That's not possible. You can't do that.
Man, when you show that, by the way, when you debunk that scene, is by the classic comics. Good to see you, buddy. In fact, I love you have a short on your channel with would you show that? Then you go out there with yourself with the whip there.
Right.
That was clear, dude. I loved it. That was crack me up.
Yeah, that turned out better than I would have expected. Not the whip part. I knew I could crack a bullwhip, but it was more I didn't know if the edit and the joke and the timing would work. But it
was great. By the way, everyone should know that Retroblasting obviously goes without saying. If someone can get that Retroblasting's link in there for anyone who is not subbed, you should. But he also has a shorts channel now because you had to put the shorts on one, right?
Yeah, because thanks YouTube.
Yeah, but anyway, they're pretty cool though because they still pop up my feed down. I've been enjoying them though.
Oh, good. Yeah. So like, it's either stuff that's physically. When I say physically impossible, I mean like physics. So like cracking a bullwhip in a crowded banquet room like that's not possible. And then and then he does nothing again for a while except driving that little tuk-tuk or whatever. And then suddenly a 78, 79-year-old man who can't, have punches thrown at him can leap at like 55 miles an hour or something crazy from one moving tuk-tuk to another before a truck slams into his tuk-tuk. And I'm like, well, obviously I know in the way they did it, that was either a totally digital person or a stunt man. I get that, who was younger. But in the context of the narrative, we've already established that this guy can't do much anymore. So that is really out of left field. Like, Like,
It just speaks to why it was a dumb idea to make the movie in the first place. But also, if you're going to do it, you better find some. I don't know. You better find. I don't know. Again, like I said, I'm trying to think of it. Let's just be practical here. It's a 2.5-hour movie. It purports to be about Indiana Jones, and even Mr. Action, or like Adventure has a name. Am I wrong? Or are there only like 4 action sequences in the whole film? They're like, well, don't count the opener, the CG opener. Okay, let's leave that behind because there is that. I get it. Right. We got the 20 minutes or so of that nonsense of the CGI.
Right.
The cartoon scene when he's in Toontown. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you don't count the Toontown bit, we get horse chase. The chase.
You could almost count the archive shelving rack fall.
Right. Okay. So there's a little action here and there, but then after he takes off and proclaims to the entire world, "This is not an adventure." Which, no shit, dude. I guess we're learning that. It's like, so I should just leave the theater now, right? Thanks for telling me that. I'm out of here. Thanks, buddy. Have a good one. Yeah.
Right.
So after he tells us that, there's no. I think, yeah, you get the stupid when he's in the hotel, and then you get the tuk-tuk. And after the tuk-tuk, there's not much, though. I mean,
Yeah, unless you count that stupid diving scene, which I don't.
no. But by the way, the tuk-tuk scene is terrible. Okay.
It's super forgettable.
Think about all the chases. Look, even the stupid monkeys are terrible in Crystal Skull, but it was moving, and it was a Indiana Jones, something you would expect to see in an Indiana Jones film, except the dumb monkeys. But you know, I mean, there was still, they were chasing, they were being chased. Something was happening in the story. They were, being chased by a bunch of, bad guys, and a bunch of bad guys. By the way, not two rednecks either. A bunch of bad guys.
Right.
This one is just one aging Yahtzee nut job and two scumbag, good old boys, who look like, ex-football players or whatever, running around killing people. But again, it goes back to what we were talking. You mentioned The Flash a little while ago, the stupid new Flash movie. What is one of the other fundamental things wrong with that goddamn movie? That goddamn movie. First of all, Zod. This is The Flash. Why are you picking a Superman villain?
Yep.
Why is Zod your villain when I know technically he has that mysterious other Flash, but we never get to see Reverse Flash or Eobard Thawne. So you're gonna make Ezra Miller is a terrible casting. He's no Barry Allen, but still, the movie's called The Flash, and you don't even use. By the way, you're gonna put Batman in there to save it with Michael Keaton. You don't even use a Flash or even a Batman villain.
Right.
You use Zod. I'm like, what in the hell? That's one of the many things wrong with this garbage movie. You can't have. What about the Flash Rogues Gallery? Why don't you have them show up? Where's Captain Cold? Where any of his rogues? I mean, then. So can you name me another superhero film? Bad or good, whether it's good or not, it's relevant. Where the hero is not fighting one of his own villains from the comics. You probably can, but I don't know if you can name that many.
Well, I mean,
I'm trying to think of them.
Unless you count the opening with Crossbones, technically in Civil War. No,
he's from a Captain America comic though.
Right, and Baron. I forgot about Zemo's role in the movie.
Zemo's in there too.
I always picture it being Iron Man versus Captain America. So
plus, it is Captain America in Civil War, and Crossbones is a Cap villain.
Right.
Let's see.
I mentioned the intro. Yeah,
I got you.
So that doesn't count.
I don't care if it's a Spider-Man movie. I don't care if it's a Superman movie, even if bad or good. Like for even stupid ass Superman 4, that's Luthor.
Yep.
Now Superman 3 was one. There's an outlet. It didn't have any real Superman villain in it, and it was in there. It was.
Although, if you listen to the Salkinds, if you can believe what they say, they're like, "Well, we wanted that to be Brainiac."
Yes, exactly. So let's see here. You have, okay, Howard the Duck even had a villain from the comic. I'm not kidding you, by the way, too. So let's see here. I'm just kind of running them through my head. Superhero movies. It's still been. I know there's been a lot of them at this point, but usually, shite or not, 9 times out of 10, probably 90 times out of 100 or whatever, 99 times out of 100, that the heroes fought some version of their normal villain.
Right.
So in this movie, it's so lame they can't even have a Flash villain. Just saying. So Indiana Jones, conversely, he has the worst villains. I don't like the Ruskies that much in Kingdom Crystal Skull. That's another thing. They're there to be muscle and serviceable and stuff. I think Kate Winslet was kind of I don't know about you. She's all right, I guess. Not Winslet. What's her name? Blanchett. Sorry.
Oh yeah, Blanchett. Yeah.
I guess she's fine. For the villain,
she's kind of a dilettante villain. Like they try so hard to make her seem brilliant and threatening. And it's like, yeah, but she doesn't really come off that way. She just kind of comes off
right,
ill-prepared and
yet I think she's still more menacing than this clown. And I like the actor's fine. He's a good actor.
Oh, absolutely.
And she's got a whole force of Rusky, army. He's got 2 rednecks from Alabama. Like, Jesus, Ben Gold. You can't even find a worthy adversary. Granted, he's Indiana Jones at 70, so you're trying to give him some, I don't know. I guess you don't want to put him against a whole bunch of guys, but
Right.
yeah, Iron Man 3 would be one, Fanty. That's a good, and well, no, Iron Man 3 not either. That's Extremis. They used AIM. I know they screwed up the Mandarin in that, but they used Extremis. That's from the Warren Ellis Iron Man comic. So Iron Man 3 doesn't count either. I had to think about it for a second, Fanty, but no, that's also an Iron Man villain they use in it. So sorry, we can't. That's not one either. You said it twice, Iron Man 3, but nope. Extremis is an Iron Man baddie from Warren Ellis crap. So think again, partner. Oh, Iron Man 2, they took two villains and let Mickey Rourke, they amalgamated one, so he played basically Whiplash in using the identity of Crimson Dynamo. So that was stupid, but still, it's an Iron Man villain of sorts.
Oh, good point.
So
Okay.
still, I mean, yeah, but yeah, he's gonna Fanty, you're gonna be mad at me, but you'll get over it. Hey man, you correct me all the time. It's only fair. So here you got probably the lamest ass villains of all the movies. Just there's no charisma to him. I mean, he could have been. He's a good. It sure wasn't a villain. It was a process. It was a villain from. Don't split hairs on me, Fanty. Villains used it. It was created by AIM. Don't be ashamed. You're ashamed of yourself. Go stand in the corner. Fanny knows I love me as a friend. Well, I knew he would find some way to be pedantic. No. Extremis is from an Iron Man comic, dude. And it's from AIM. Actually, whatever. Anyway, they did. And by the way, they did purport to have the Mandarin. It just turned out not to be him. And then later, turns out there was a Mandarin. Bum, bum, bum. That's more time than anyone should ever spend on Iron Man 3. Ugh. So, yeah, Mads Mikkelsen is a fine actor. Just wasted in this thing. He's no... Listen, man, this charisma to Belloc, like you pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great villain. Mola Ram is a good villain. You know.
Right.
Donovan, he's all right. He gets the job done as a villain. And I love Julian Glover, who's been in everything.
Sure.
Dude, that guy's been in Star Wars, Indiana Jones movie, Bond films, Blake 7, Doctor Who many times. He's done it all. So,
well, that's what happens when you get, good character actors.
Yep. So, and Mikkelsen's good, but
I mean,
yeah,
he's good. He's good, but as I saw,
none of this. I mean, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw someone say one in an article a few months ago that Mads Mikkelsen, his talent is being wasted in all of these Disney projects, and it's like, yeah, it is. But how are you gonna solve for that? How are you gonna fix it? What are you gonna do?
I don't know.
He's a good actor, potentially,
right?
But his character is really, really. His character is the biggest nothing burger villain in Indiana Jones history. Like,
right? Oh yeah, absolutely.
Spalko might be seen by some people as silly, and she does have a very flamboyant kind of personality, much like Mola Ram. That's why I compared her to Mola Ram. They both try to hypnotize Indy with skulls, and they both, but at least, even if it's what we talked about at the beginning of the show, it's almost better that your franchise is in a slump where it's being actively hated than when it's moved on to the place where nobody even cares anymore. And with Mads Mikkelsen's villain, that's the Indiana Jones villain you can't even care about. It's like,
no,
he's so blah.
Everything about this movie, dude, is blah. Even if it doesn't, but like, for example, if you're not a huge a super fan like you are of Indiana Jones, maybe that's the thing. Maybe Joe Public that just said, an Indiana Jones movie, really? I think a lot of I wouldn't think a lot of them probably said, my gosh, isn't he 80 years old? What the hell?
Right.
And probably didn't go because they're like, that's ridiculous. He looks too old. But the ones that not like you. No, there's no one on your level as a fan, but even me who I know nothing compared to you, but I love the movies that I've watched. I mean, I went to see Raiders. I went to see it on the first night after earlier in the daytime, Clash of the Titans by Ray Harryhausen opened earlier in that day. I went to see that. Then at the night, I got to go see Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. No, I didn't mean to say Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Oh, those two. But anyway, and of course, it was one of the greatest movie experiences of my life. I went 10, 12 something times that year over and over again. I loved it so much in 1981. And of course, I'm one of those like you that loves Temple of Doom and I love Last Crusade. I don't know I know you like it, but I know it's not your favorite of them. But I even don't. I have a lot of problems with Crystal Numbskull, but this movie. And it inadvertently given me a sort of a soft spot for it now, because at least it's the example now. You got to show an Indiana Jones film that is a mistake, that they made a lot of mistakes in, that probably could have been so much better. And then you have this one, which does not deserve to exist. But I have to think that your Joe public went to see this thing and were like, what am I watching? There was probably a lot of them had to be kind of bored. But I don't know if I trust any of these people that I saw not too long after the film came out going, like on Facebook, like some of these groups, and I know that's anecdotal, but it's like seeing things like, oh, it was so good, I cried, this, and it made me cry. Well, it made me cry too, in a way. I wanted to cry. Yeah. But I mean, how wonderful and great it was. I don't understand if that's true. If anyone got any joy out of this movie, I have to wonder what you are. You might be a wonderful person. I have friends that say they like it, whatever. How you did not, first of all, if you like it, other than like I have some friends who didn't like it, that liked it better than I, and I tease them about it. But so I'm not calling anybody any names, not trashing anybody. I'm just saying on a personal level, if you got anything other than sheer disgust and revulsion out of this movie as an Indiana Jones fan, I could love you like a brother, but I could never understand you. I can't understand that of you. Yeah. I personally. And then we never have to speak of it again, or we could just tease each other about it. It's all fine and good. It's still a movie after all. But if you could claim to love that character and walk out of that not being bothered, then I mean, it's fine if you're not like the super, super fan. But if you're just someone who really claims to love this movie franchise or these films and can walk out of that one without being sick, I don't understand you. I can like you, but I can't understand you.
Yeah.
If you see where I'm coming from.
Oh, I do see where you're coming from. That's why I've been so taken aback by the fact that you would think that if you watched a video for 4 hours where all I do is discuss the film and the people who made the film, I don't bring up anybody in the fandom who has expressed their love for it. I don't denigrate anybody who shares a different opinion. All I'm doing is debating the film itself. I'm just talking about the merits of the film.
Right.
And I'm analyzing it very heavily. And yet, as won't surprise you, people see that, they read themselves into it, they take it personally, and they're like, he's calling me stupid. And I'm like, I haven't called anybody stupid. I've called the movie stupid. I haven't called any person who's not associated with this film stupid. I did call James Mangold insane at one point, but he's one of the people that made the film. So, and they've gotten kind of angry about it. Not fortunately, the vast majority of people so far have been very positive about the video, but there've been a good handful of people who, they take it pretty personally that I didn't like this movie. They don't like, I don't think they know me personally at all. I think they see somebody that doesn't like their film and they're playing some kind of like fandom playbook. I don't know. I know you get a lot of crap off of people about just having a people. I mean, I've said this to you many times and you know it already. The surest way to make an enemy in this world is to express a critical opinion of something.
in the most benign manner. You know, you don't have to be nasty about it,
Right?
Because you're not. I mean, we both get, we get, I guess we both throw some shade at things sometimes that we don't like, but we're not nasty to the people. We're not attacking people who like it, just the people who made it. But
right.
The point is, it could be the most. You could just. It doesn't. It could be like, you know what? I didn't really care for that new Indiana Jones film.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it takes. You can put it on your Facebook or your Twitter. You know, the new Indiana Jones film. I went to see it. I didn't like it very much. I didn't like it. Or you can say I didn't like it. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get some people calling you names. I mean, again, I'm generalizing there, but I do not understand the mentality, Michael, that people, when you criticize or insult, if you will, a film that they had nothing to do with the production of. Maybe they like it. They take it personally.
Right.
That is immature, in my opinion. And I happen to know that, be an expert on maturity because I am immature. So I should know these things. But seriously, it's like, why do you care what I think about it? Who's stopping you from liking it? As far as I know, I'm not stopping anyone from liking anything.
Right.
We could talk about it. And people come into my chat all the time, when I'm on, and very politely disagree with things I'm saying. And that's pretty cool. I like it. And it could be stuff I really feel really, really, really strongly about, and we'll talk about it and have a good time. Why people get offended and give you crap just because, and I don't know how you get them. I don't know what your responses are on this video, but just any video you do, you get people just saying really idiotic, stupid shit. And I know you deal with it in the only way that you can, but I don't understand it. It's just opinions. And it's never really, let's say you say something I totally disagree with on a video or a tweet or a Facebook. I could just move on. It's not going to affect me. I know I could engage too, but as long as people engage politely, you're fine.
Right.
They never seem to do that. Well, I'm sure you get those who engage politely. Of course you do.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the times they just want to attack you and attack anyone with an opinion. I don't know.
And they go out of their way. There was a guy today on Twitter who, I guess he ran across something that I, posted or whatever. I don't know the guy. He happened upon my page or whatever it was, saw something he didn't like, and just, went at me. And and then when I fired back at him because I didn't know who the guy was and didn't care, he started to do the thing where he's like, well, you're just unhinged and you can't stand other people's opinions or whatever. I'm like, you're the guy that stopped your scrolling to come, throw your weight around at a complete stranger, like some smug bastard. I said, and you're telling me I can't handle other people's opinions? Are you out of your mind? And, the guy was giving me a really hard time for it, but I stood my ground. He was trying to tell me that I was this, horrible person, and that I was, because finally I got sick of him because he was saying, you just complained about that one guy who blocked you after, yelling at you, and notice I haven't blocked you and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you haven't blocked me while you're yelling at me because I'm still having the conversation with you. But remember, if I block you, then I'm lame. So you're encouraging me to block you as if that's wisdom after you just said I'm not lame like that guy that blocked that you just you see how they move the goalposts round
passive
and round.
Aggressive. Yeah.
And so I finally told the guy, I said, look, man, why are you still on me about this? I said, isn't there a bottle of sleeping pills with your name on it waiting for you? And he was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. You just told me to kill myself.
Oh my God. Really?
And I'm like, I said, I'm Generation X. That's called sarcasm. I said, we're real good at it. I said, that's called a dark gallows humor joke at your expense. And I'm sick of you. I said, as far as your assessment of what that is, because he's like, I'm just judging your human behavior. I just observed your behavior. It's not that hard. I'm like, no, you're making assumptions about the intent of my behavior. You don't know me. I said, so you really aren't sure. You're just an arrogant prick. And he was like, and I said, look, man, I said, you just get off my page, leave me alone. He finally, I went to Facebook and I found his real name. It didn't take long. And I found his Facebook page, because this is on Twitter. Found his Facebook page, found his real name, found out who he was, and he'd already made a 30-minute video on his Facebook page bitching about me on Twitter.
Wow.
So I go back and I drop his name in my next response, and suddenly he's like, "Oh, well, this will be my last post." I'm like, "Yeah, I bet it is, because I just figured out who you were." 15 minutes later, I post his photograph on my Facebook page, not publicly, just to my friends. And do you know that one of my good friends came out and he was like, "Holy crap." He's like, "You're dealing with that guy?" He goes, "I know that guy." I said, "Do you know him? He said, No. He says, "I know him because in all the toy groups right now, they've been posting his face everywhere because he's a scammer. He's screwed people over out of transactions for collectible toys. Like he's taking money and run." I said, "Yeah." I said, "I figured this guy was a scumbag." So the point I'm trying to make with that really long story is that these types of people that will get so sensitive about somebody just talking about a movie, and they'll try and like condescend you, and they'll be arrogantly smug at you and all this stuff. Stand your ground, because most of the time these guys they're always scum. Like they're always just the scummiest people. And
yep.
And so far it's, so far my track record is, 50-0 me. So,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, they're troublemakers, and I don't know, they just nitpick. They want to listen. It's funny how they claim you're the nitpicker, but they always nitpick one thing you said, and they'll come in there and just attack.
Right.
One thing.
And Melinda warned me when she wanted me to do the video. She wasn't trying to tell me not to do the video, but she warned me. She said, "Be ready, because this has turned into 4 hours of analysis, and people will say that you were nitpicking." And I said, "Yeah." I said, "But I've actually told people in the comment section that some people have come in and they've been like, 'I thought it was a really solid movie,' thumbs up emoji." And I'm like, "Hey, if you can't explain to me why you think it's a solid movie, the prerequisite would be to explain 4 hours worth of reasons why it's a solid movie. But I'll just challenge
Give me
you.
4.
Yeah, I'll just challenge you to explain 20 minutes of why this is a solid movie. But until you do that," I said, "your 4-word, take with a thumbs up emoji ain't gonna cut it, pal. Like I ain't gonna take that seriously. If you can't put enough thought into a movie to explain to me, why my take is bad, why should I give your pithy 4-word response? Like if that's your response to my 3-month-long 4-hour resulting video, and your response is a dismissive 5 words and an emoji, why on earth should I listen to anything you have to say?"
Exactly. It's just like, that's about the equivalent of saying, "I liked it." Okay, you liked it. So what? Great.
Yeah.
What do you want a cookie?
Great. Yeah. I told one guy the other day, I said, "Great. Do you want a medal?" Like,
Yeah,
I was like,
well, yeah. What does you accomplish by telling me that you liked it? I mean, why do I need to know that you liked it? I'm sure you liked it. If that's true, great. I mean, you can tell me. I mean, I just don't need. For example, if we're sitting, there's the thing. He had to actually write it in the comment, because good and well he didn't watch your whole video. There's not a chance. Not a chance.
No.
He saw that. He probably watched a little bit, and if he realized you were criticizing it, boo-hoo. So instead of just going about his business saying, "Well, by the way, I'm not going to watch this," which is fine. If you don't want to watch something, don't watch it. But he can't just say, just leave it alone and go somewhere else. Go watch something you want to watch, dude.
Right.
Okay. You don't know. He doesn't know you personally. He's not hanging out with you. What does he care what you like or dislike? So he's got to tell you that, "Oh, movie." Why does anyone care what you say? Because this guy you saw, even if you didn't watch it all, and there's no way you did, dude. You just saw the running time. You may have watched a little bit of it in the video, but I know you didn't sit there for the whole thing. Again, I don't know that. I'm speculating. But
Dude, one guy, not to derail you, one guy actually wrote, he said, I didn't watch the whole video. I watched the first chapter and then I skipped to the last 2 chapters. I thought it was pretty good. You know, I thought you had some nice things to say. I'd love to talk to you about it sometime. And I'm like,
oh God.
Can
At
you?
least he admitted it.
I know. Yeah. But at the same time, it's like, can you imagine? Like, can you imagine? And I'm not comparing myself to this person, this figure of literary talent. I'm not at all. I'm just trying to find the quickest analog. Can you imagine walking up to J.R.R. Tolkien and being like, hey, Mr. Tolkien, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I don't mean to bother you in this moment, but I just wanted you to know that I read the first chapter of Lord of the Rings, and then I didn't read the middle of it. I skipped ahead and read the last chapter, but I just wanted to, kind of talk with you about how great it was. What?
Yes.
Really?
Thank you. And he'd keep walking. I mean,
yeah, like if you don't have time to read what I had to say, I don't have time to talk with you about what I had to say.
Johnny Carson never had anybody on his show that he didn't read their book. If he had somebody, because he interviewed a lot of people that wrote books, he read the book.
Yep.
I don't know if you remember that, if you're old enough to watch Carson, but Carson, I've read your book and it's fascinating. Here, Doc, I don't think Doc's read it, but I have. Ed, did you read it? I'm just kidding. He didn't say that. Maddie's daddy's going to be mad at me. He hates my Carson imitation. But anyway, I read your book and it was interesting. Tell me about it. But he's read it. I'm like, it would be the equivalent if I'm not watch your video. Go, hey, come talk about it tonight. I would never do that to you. Like, yeah, Michael, come and talk about your video. And I said, I didn't watch it or anything. Hey, Classic Comics, what's up, buddy? I think I already yelled at him. Oh, we got a super chat. Oh, RTN. See, thank you for that, buddy. Appreciate it. He says, hail, Clobby. Saw Raiders with my dad back in the 80s. Great climactic experiences. Got no interest in seeing geriatric Indy. Keeping my happy memories. Well, that's a fair cup, and society is to blame. Well done, and I don't blame you one bit. Thank you for the super chat, buddy, and it's good to see you here. And I would say that you're better for it not watching this garbage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're not watching it for any constructive purpose, like Michael had to sit through it because and I had to sit through it because it's just I was going to be talking about it. That I would definitely don't recommend you waste your time. Just watch the real ones.
It's not worth the time.
Your time.
It's really not. It's really not.
And again, you can watch Michael's video, which we're talking about here. And for those who don't know, it's the Indiana Jones 5 mega review on the Retroblasting channel. It is 4 hours long, and it's 10 times better than the piece of crap movie. The movie's what, 2.5?
2.5. Yeah.
Well, it felt the reverse, dude. I felt like that was half as long as the damn movie, and even less. Because it was just I know I keep telling you this, dude, but I loved it. But the video was incredible. And not only that, it felt vindicating for me to hear you say these things that I could never do. I could never break down the movie you could, the way you do. And to take this thing to pieces the way that you did, the way it deserved to have happened to it, because of my absolute loathing and hatred of this garbage movie that I walked out. There are a few times I've walked out of a theater more angry and more bummed out at the same time than this one. And so it felt good the way that you had to go at it the way you did. And I'm glad you did. And you had a lot to say. And truth, it was incredible.
Well, I appreciate it. I've had a lot of nice comments from people that seem to have a running theme of that I didn't expect, but they all point out something that I wasn't actually consciously aware of. I was aware of doing it when I built the video, but I wasn't aware. This isn't going to make sense, but I wasn't aware that it was like a differentiating thing in the video. I guess if that makes any sense. I thought I was just making the video, and they've all been calling out the fact that this 4 hours is not just about Dial of Destiny. They all have been pointing out you have woven in every single bit of pertinent detail about the other 4 movies at the same time. Like,
yes.
And I'm not, this is not a humble brag. This is them saying that. And I didn't realize it when I was doing it, that it would be such a observable thing that multiple people would be calling that feature of the video out. But their point in saying that is that, this isn't 4 hours of just turning the screws on Dial of Destiny. That's the majority of the runtime, of course, but there's a lot of material in there that makes up a marked percentage of the video. That's all making sure that, you're referred back to the original films so that you don't have to just rely on your memory to see the evidence. It's like, no, here we go. We're going to go back to the original films now, and I'm going to show you blah, 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 blah. And so people seem to appreciate that. So
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because that is something that I thought about the whole time while watching it. Is if you are a fan of the Indiana Jones films, folks, obviously it's great to see how Michael, just absolutely annihilates this horrible movie. But it's also it's almost like watching. It's interspersed with a very informative. I don't want to say documentary or however you want to call it, informational video of the original, not only the original films, all 4 of the other films, but even other things too, like of course things to do with Indy's costume,
right?
Things to do with a lot of the whip, things to do with other aspects of filming, like of this movie, that with the bombers and all that kind of stuff with the airplanes. There's so much fascinating information in this thing. It is riveting. 4 hours, and it is riveting. I'm telling you, if you're an Indiana Jones fan, even if you're not, if you're just a film fan, and it's just dude, this is an extraordinary accomplishment, man. I cannot tell you how much I love it. Like I said, when we just started, I was almost finished watching it for my second time.
Well, that's humbling, because I wondered, I was like, I know people like long form videos, but I didn't know who, and I didn't know how to format them. I was like, how does Mahler do this? I'm like, well, I can't, I'm not Mahler. I'm not going to be doing the same thing. And I'm not even going to approach it from the same way. But, I wanted to make sure that it was engaging and that it was something where you could, mark your place. So I made sure there were chapters. I thought about it like a book. I was like, I'll put chapters in there so that people can mark their place and come back to it, because some people aren't going to be able to see it all in one sitting. And, the funniest part about it is that certain things, some people in the comments have admitted that they can't wrap their head around. Like this one guy, he was like, I don't understand the nitpick about the Holy Lance. He's like, I mean, Indiana Jones, those movies, they kind of played fast and loose with history, didn't they? And I'm like, well, played fast and loose up until this movie. Indiana Jones, I wouldn't call it fast and loose. Indiana Jones movies played loose with lost artifacts. In other words, these are historically mentioned, mythical, lost artifacts. These are artifacts that have not been found to this day. So there is gray area as to how to interpret said adventure, right? How to interpret the times, the places, when the object's lost and ain't never been found, you can kind of get away with a few things in those kind of movies, right? It's like as regards the artifact, like the history of it, right? But I told him, I was like, that Holy Lance and that Antikythera, they both already been found, pal. They're already found. We know where they both are. It is the first time in Indiana Jones history where any of the artifacts that are prominently mentioned in the movie have already been found. We have them. Okay? And then I said, and then when you throw time travel in on top of it, time travel is dependent on day and time, dates. So even though Back to the Future is a fictional history of Hill Valley, they have to get all of that right at every moment so that the story makes sense. So I told the guy, he was sitting there like, talking about how you should just be able to play fast and loose with history. I'm like, when you're talking about artifacts that have already been found and you're talking about time travel, you don't get to play fast and loose anymore. You got to be on your game with your history, your dates, your times, your places. And they effed all of that up. All of it. I mean, They keep referring to the siege of Syracuse as 214 BC, and yet all the most prominent dates for it that I looked up were 213 to 212. The sponge diver reference that I buzzard on Helena Shaw in the very beginning, where she says 1902 Greek sponge divers. It's right there. The Antikythera was found by sponge divers in 1901. That's how bad this script is.
Yep. By the way, we have some kind words from Stephen. Says, like I've said before, some heroes don't wear capes. You and Michael. I have watched the film, so the rest of us can be spared, and clearly evidence of that. Thank you so much, Stephen. Appreciate it, buddy.
Scott Knudsen sent a super chat.
Scott Knudsen, hey, buddy. Thank you so much for being here. Says, what I especially loved about that deep background is while I know the 3 movies by heart, I'm much rustier on things like Young Indiana Jones. Yes. I mean, that was so thorough, dude. It was amazing what you did there. What is Mark? You put this thing. Yo, what's up, Chief Engineer? He put a link in there. What's that link to?
That's the real history behind the real Antikythera.
Yeah, okay.
The real.
Thanks, dude. I put the link to your video. I forgot to. Everyone, here's the link. If you have not watched the review yet, please do. Of course, I'm sure most of the people here know about it, but you never know, just in case. I'm sure most of us we're all on the same team, of course. But like I say, I don't think anyone who disagrees would come in there with both of us here. They'd be like, and they're welcome, by the way. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying they probably think we'd be mean to them. Whatever.
I'm not mean to anybody that likes the movie I don't like, as long as they're not mean to me. But as you know, most of the time, people who are trying to defend a film, they don't start with defending the film. They start with telling you how you're wrong. They start with telling you how you're an idiot, you're stupid, you're this, you're that. And the moment they do that, my gloves immediately come off now. I'm not about to sit there and try and play diplomatic with them to the middle. It's like, no, they have chosen the rules of engagement. Therefore, I will indulge. Get ready to take a knife in the chest, pal.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. I'm not mean to anyone either, but they come. I would say they think you're going to be mean and stuff. And as long as you get it way worse than I do by far. It's not even close. But I get my occasional troll here and there, and they'll come in, they'll start some stuff. But I got to say, I've been very fortunate because right here, whether it's Saturday Night Star Trek group or whether it's the Clubhouse group or just like the Wednesday Nighters or the Monday Nighters, I've often had it said, and it's not just me saying this. That's one thing for me to brag. Man, I got the best chat. I don't have a big chat all the time. Sometimes it's just a few of us. Sometimes it's like tonight. Sometimes it's like Saturday Star Trek. But people have often said, and who are now, that this is the friendliest. They say this on Saturday Night Live as well. The friendliest chat around in all the internet, as far as relatively, it's not as big as some of them, but as far as just friendship, and everyone's really good to each other and nice to each other. And I'm proud about that. I really am.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone treats each other very well on Saturday night. And I know you have the same deal when you guys do a live stream with a lot of good friends and a lot of good people coming in. It's really nice.
Oh, yeah. 100%. It's just, you just got to track down what nights everybody's available.
Oh yeah. Well,
sometimes it's a crazy busy turnout. And other times it's like, oh, it wasn't the turnout that I expected,
Yeah. Like I said, I've always stuck to my days, and that's it helps better than when I was at BTR floating all over the place with days.
Mm-hmm.
I've been on since I've been on YouTube. Wow, a little over 3 years now. It's hard to believe.
Right.
I've stayed with set days at least, so that helps. But, man, I'll tell you, this thing. I think I'm not sure. I'm trying to imagine if you'd done a video like this for The Last Jedi, like 4 hours, that might have drove you insane.
Yeah, the woof, that would have woof.
Alcasaurus, hello there.
I mean, Melinda's been trying to encourage me to do the sequel trilogy.
It's been done so much by this point, but I'm teasing you about that because I don't think it should be good for your health.
No. I'm not keen on the idea. No. I would very much like to do, because not every movie that not every movie that needs discussion is necessarily a hateful discussion. Some movies, I've always wanted to do this series called movie title fill in the blank and then colon a love-hate relationship, where some movies I really, really want to like, but they've got this like one fatal flaw or this, you know, one or two fatal errors that keep it frustratingly mediocre or frustratingly broken, you know, or something like that. And I've even toyed with the idea of modifying the title depending on it. Like if it's a movie that I just think is great, it's a love relationship. And if it's a movie like Dial of Destiny, it'd be like a hate relationship. And these videos wouldn't be 4 hours long. They'd be like anywhere from, you know, 20 to 30 minutes or something like that, just talking about a particular film. But they would have to be movies where there's a lot to say, but there's not so many compounding problems. Because see, that's the saddest part, is that the sequel trilogy, the prequel trilogy, this Dial of Destiny movie, they're all films that have so many problems, they require at least 2 hours to break them all down. You know, whereas, you know, movies I'd love to discuss, like I would love to discuss Rogue One, because there's a behind the scenes story there where it's like it could have been the greatest Star Wars movie since the original trilogy, and while it's still the best thing Disney's ever made, it's totally compromised, like it's crippled. It's a movie that's dragging a leg. Like it's almost a supermodel, but it's a supermodel that's dragging a broken ankle. And you're like, how'd that happen? And there's a story there. And I'd love to try and, you know, tell that story. You know, we've talked about it before. You know, my admiration for Age of Ultron as an MCU entry. I do think that Phase 2 was botched. I think that Hank Pym and Captain Marvel in any incarnation should have been introduced in Phase 2, and definitely Pym should have been part of the Ultron story. They weren't, unfortunately. I'm just talking about as an MCU with its story and everything. I think it's underappreciated for the messages and themes it's trying to convey. And as we get farther and farther into this AI crap, it's becoming more and more hauntingly relevant compared to a lot of the other MCU films. So I'd love to talk about that movie. I'm working on a video right now called Top Gun versus Iron Eagle, which is all about those two franchises and how they didn't compete after the first after the first entries in the franchises. They didn't really compete after that because Top Gun never came out with another sequel for umpteen billion years. But for our generation, in the backyard and at the mall, we would debate Top Gun versus Iron Eagle as films. We did. So I would love to do a video about that, because that's great. As franchises. Like, in other words, I would discuss Top Gun and Top Gun Maverick versus the Iron Eagle trilogy. Like, I would discuss those two things, because I think there's some really fascinating observations to be made. I've already got the thumbnail made. I'm already working on the script.
Nice.
Yeah. I do want to, I don't know if I actually have a lot to say about it, but the aforementioned Casino Royale Quantum of Solace thing might be an opportunity to talk about that. But that's like on the back burner. Not. But on the other hand, Captain America, the First Avenger, because as you know, my relationship with that movie for a long time was very complicated. So I would like to talk about that movie a little bit. I would love to talk about Amazing Spider-Man 2. Only because that's one of those love-hate relationship movies where it's like he really nailed, you know, the Spider-Man personality. We finally had what I feel like was a really, really good Spider-Man on screen, but a lot of the other stuff in the movie was a real mess. So it's like that's what I mean by love-hate relationship. It's like, almost like one of the ones that started this whole thing was Tomb Raider: The Cradle of Life. It's actually, there's never been a good Tomb Raider movie, but that one comes closest to having the most competent pulp adventure screenplay.
The second one, right?
The second one, the one that everybody thinks is horrible.
Didn't we make Melinda watch that one time? Or was it the first movie? We made over at your place one time.
It was the second one. She never forgave.
We watched one.
She was the second one. She never forgave us for it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was funny.
Yeah, but that's kind of, I would like to do.
But remember, we made you watch Into Dumbness too. So
that's not even where I can
revenge.
I can't even call that like. That wouldn't even be a hate relationship 20 to 30 minute one. That might end up being like a 4-hour video where it's just like, look at this shit, like, but I don't even know if I want to revisit that.
No, look, it did its job. See, it was actually, that movie served to piss off all the silly apologists for the previous movie before that, and caused the wreckage of that garbagey, ill-conceived franchise to begin with in terms of movies.
Right.
So it did serve purpose. Whereas there's no purpose for like filth, like Force Awakens and Last Jedi and all that kind of
sure
trash. So yeah. So at least something good of it. Like in life's like that, as you know. Sometimes good things come from bad, and bad things come from good, and it's just we don't ever know why. It's weird, but it happens.
Yeah, it's. I don't even know how I don't know how. I don't always know how I feel about how some of these shake out. Where I keep wondering if it's going to become like a Quantum of Solace thing, where it's like, I'm really sure I hate this movie, and then like 7 years later, I watch it again, and I'm like, it's never going to be in my top 5 of James Bond films, but I don't hate it anymore.
Nice,
like, it's like you never know when that's going to happen. Like, and again, I can tell you that there are definitely some movies where it never will happen, like Dial of Destiny. That movie will never ascend. I know they say never, but I know myself. Force Awakens, Last Jedi, nope, they ain't never gonna rise up in my esteem.
No, that's
Multiverse of Madness, not gonna happen. It ain't gonna be any good. The Eternals, Black Widow.
No.
Nope, never.
No, that's happened to me in life where I've not liked the film and then later liked it a little bit better. It's not that kind of thing that happens every day. It's rare for me. It's a rare thing. Where I might watch something years later and go, actually, that's better than I thought it was. That's happening. So I guess it's happened to you too. And it's maybe it's something that, but I wouldn't expect to be every day though, right? I mean,
oh yeah. It's I'm always trying to be very open-minded to movies that I the way I described it a few days ago to a friend was, if that movie tattoos itself onto my brain the moment I see it because it's so horrible, then I'm pretty certain my opinion of it will never change. But if it's a movie that was only uninteresting enough that I just didn't I didn't have a good time watching it, but then my brain flushed it and I forgot everything about it, like Quantum of Solace, then I'm willing to give it another shot down the road, like when I realize, oh yeah, I don't remember shit about that movie. And then I go back and I watch it. Now, a lot of times I watch it again and I go, nope, this film's still crap. But sometimes, every now and then, I see a film and I go, oh. But see, I will never forget anything about Dial of Destiny. This film is forever tarnished for me. Like it's never going to get out of the doghouse with me. This film is decidedly bad. That ain't never going to shift. So,
yep. Well, we have a friend that popped in. The chief engineer has been hanging out with us there.
Hello. Hey, great to see you guys.
Yeah, what's up, dude? Welcome. Welcome.
Doing good, doing good. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to watch your video yet, but looking
It's
forward
okay.
to
You can
that.
just watch the first chapter and then skip to the last 2 chapters and watch that according to this one rando.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I was driving a lot today. I should have downloaded it for the car. I was in the car before ours today, but that would have been a good time to listen to that. But
yeah, well,
so
you should watch it for sure. But
oh, I definitely will. Yeah.
So what's going on with you?
Oh, I was just buying a couple of action figures on Amazon, not to plug Amazon, but Prime Day. I got a Creature from the Black Lagoon and a Frankenstein figure.
Oh, cool.
The 3.75. Sometimes I buy myself stocking stuffers and give them to my wife for Christmas. So yeah.
In other words, translation,
listening,
Michael, she's not a geek and he is, so he has to buy his own crap and pretend it's from her.
Well, that way I don't get as much trouble then too, right? I just put it in my stocking for Christmas.
Yeah. Basically.
Yeah.
Oh man, says the man who has too many action figures, and his wife, makes him keep them hidden. Not hidden, but
Yeah, well, I'm sure I've seen the Retroblasting tour, so I think Michael's got a few more than me. But yeah, no matter what size house you have, it's always a problem when your tours start encroaching in the living spaces.
I am trying to keep the influx of new action figures down right now because I did well to clean out some of my storage space, and but then some flooded back in, like. They came out with the X-Men animated Rogue, so I had to pick that up.
Had to get that, yep.
I got the NECA Mirage Turtle 4-pack, so that's here with the comic turtles. And then I ended up with the new Jada Toys classic Street Fighter 2 Chun-Li. I had to have her, so she's here. And then I just, as we were talking, just a second ago, Mike, I went back into the Marvel Legends collection to the ones that haven't been out in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I filled in all the gaps to create my Age of Ultron grouping so that I have the right grouping for them.
Nice.
So
wow.
But I did like head swaps and stuff to make sure I had the best sculpted heads for like Thor and Black Widow. And the only one they haven't done a good head sculpt for yet is Hawkeye, unfortunately. But fortunately, he's in the background, standing next to a Too Short Vision that they've never remade. It's not perfect yet, but it's nice. It's nice to see the Hulkbuster there, and everything. And so it's
very
it's
cool.
Getting close, yeah.
Oh, that's incredible. Hey, Daniel's Hot Topics. Good to see you. He says Indiana Jones 5 was so good. You're right. We've just been talking about how good it is, boy. It is so good. It is. And Daniel's just
I got to see it 2 nights in a row too, because I got to see it opening night, and then my wife wanted to go. We had a date night with our friends, and she's a huge Harrison Ford fan, and so I got to sit through it 2 nights in a row. So, yeah,
the torture machine. You were saying, Mike?
Torture.
No, I just realized that the other big collection that I featured recently that I also still added to after the video was the Pride of the X-Men villains. So I got all of them.
Oh yeah,
Marvel Legends style, and then I went back and got the correct Wendigo from 2008's Marvel Legends Hulk line to go with it. So I got them too. Anyway, sorry, it was just an idle thought.
No, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I got in trouble. I had all the. I have almost every Star Trek ship. I think I do the Playmates and then whatever Diamond Select, and I had them all set up back when we had the entertainment console. Before you had flat panels, so I had all the ships in our family room, and then I started putting them on shelves. And one day, my much better half, she's like, "That's it. I don't want to see any more starships around." She's like, "Those are going away." But I did sneak the Excelsior into our dining room. Cabinet on top, and she kind of tolerates it there, as long as no one's over. But
and that's that's the Playmates one.
The Playmates one, yeah.
Oh, you lucky bastard!
Which one?
I have the Excelsior. For some reason, I collected all those ships up a few years ago, and I don't know what happened. I guess I miscounted or something. And I blame the Enterprise B for making me miscount because then a few years later I went and we'd moved in here to the new house, and I finished the basement, and so I was putting everything in, and I was doing my shelves, and I was like, yeah, I'll break out the Excelsior, and I was like, wait a minute, I don't have the Excelsior. I got this. I got the Oh my god! And I was so mad.
You got the B, yeah.
Yeah, I've got the B. I'm like, B.
No, the electronics don't work on it anymore. If that makes you feel better.
Well, no, I'm not. I know,
I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah, I know, I'm joking. Yeah.
My one of the nacelles on my Enterprise D just doesn't light up for some reason. I don't know why. Like,
wow.
Thanks.
Playmates.
Yeah, bad wiring or bad connection.
Yeah. So
and they're coming out with a couple of new ones too. I think is the D7 coming out, and then the Enterprise D, I guess, in that re-release that they're
what's the
doing
D7?
Or I mean,
Klingon cruiser.
Klingon D7.
Yeah.
Sorry, you said it when we were talking Enterprise D, and then you said the D7, and I'm like, is that thing with like?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
7 nacelles.
Yeah.
There you go.
Always something to buy. Yeah.
They are a little different though, aren't they? Like the molds aren't exactly the same like they were back when Playmates did them in the 90s. Like
yeah,
the
I haven't
same general
bought
size.
The new one yet, but yeah, it's close, but just slightly different from the reviews I've been seeing.
You know what they still haven't done? The Playmates series back in the day and even now just won't do the movie Enterprise.
Oh, the movie Enterprise. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
they won't do that. They won't do the Reliant, and it's like those would sell like hotcakes. Like,
oh god, the Reliant would sell like crazy.
God,
it'd go right up next to my Wrath of Khan ship that's flying right now in my room. Yeah, it'd be perfect, and do it the right scale. Because a lot of the Reliants you get are the wrong scale, so they're whenever you buy the die cast or they're it's the same size as the Enterprise. Or my god, that'd be beautiful.
If Playmates had done in this re-release, if they had done because they skipped over Wrath of Khan back then, I don't know why. That's supremely dumb. Aside from a few action figures, if they had done an electronic movie Enterprise in scale with their other ships, and then they had done an electronic Reliant, those would be the two highest priced on the secondhand market today. I guarantee it. But they were dumb. Yeah. They didn't do it.
Yep,
that is dumb.
Yeah, I mean the Reliant's a no-brainer too. I mean, and with put Ricardo Montalban's Khan, all the lines in there now with the electronics.
Yep.
I mean, it's maybe Playmobil will do it. I don't know. I've got my Playmobil Enterprise.
That's what I didn't understand, Mark, was that Playmobil sits there and they're like, okay, we're going to do the original Enterprise. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Iconic, original Enterprise, whatever. Then they're like, the next thing we're doing is the Star Trek 3 Bird of Prey. And I'm like,
what?
But you don't have the movie Enterprise to go with it. And it's like, I would buy the movie Enterprise from Playmobil in a heartbeat. And then if they did a Reliant on top, I'd be like, Melinda would be like, you can't keep doing this. We have no room.
They're too big.
Yeah, they're too big.
Alcasaurus, thank you. Have a good one,
Alcasaurus. People come into my room, I have it hanging from the ceiling, which is a beautiful thing Playmobil did with the mounting points, because that new Tomy diecast doesn't have any mounting points to hang it, and a ship that big just begs to be hung from the ceiling.
Hung from the ceiling, yes.
Well, that Tomy one pissed off a lot of the backers because of the design changes at the last minute.
Like seams.
Yeah, sorry, we couldn't cover up those seams like we thought, but we decided we're going to put all the seam lines on the display side. Is that cool? No. Like, no.
You know what happened? That was I'm 100% that was an engineering screw up, that someone made a error on the drawing or something, reversed it. That's just a guess from being, from my day job, but that it's just one of those things where, like, then they made the mold and like, oh, that'll cost a lot of money to change. And you can get rid of the molding lines, but it just means you've got to obviously, spackle, fill the seams and paint it, which adds a lot to the cost. So they obviously didn't want to go through that. But I guess at least they did let people cancel their orders or send it, get their money back, was what I was hearing. But it does look pretty darn cool, but just and then it doesn't stand up. It can't stand up without that why'd they make that wonky base? They always try to do something too clever by half, and they have that base you don't want to notice the base, you just want something very simple. So
the more they overthink the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain.
Stop up the drain. Funny you mentioned that. That's Oh, what was I going to tell you? Well, I couldn't get to it in time, but there you go. Here you go.
There you go, right there.
It'll be a while to get to it. Courtesy of
Okay, the fact that you had it is badass. That's all I'm saying.
courtesy of the chief engineer.
Blame me. Yeah, blame
You're like,
Mark.
I could never make anything like that, Mike.
That's great, though. It's
Oh
great.
yeah. We got it all up there. So
I'm glad I learned Adobe Premiere for work, quote unquote.
yes, makes good for clips. Sometimes they can get you in trouble though. But,
Oh man, Adobe Premiere and I had an interesting relationship the last 3 months because I thought I was being really smart. I didn't do anything stupid, but my intelligence on this, that I thought I was being intelligent, it didn't have a negative effect. It just had no effect, which I was like, oh well, that was a lot of money wasted. I thought, well, as I'm building this video and it's obvious this video is going to be 4 hours long. I was like, 32 gigabytes of RAM might not cut it anymore. This is going to be pretty big. I probably need to max out my RAM. So I went and maxed out my RAM to 128 gigabytes of RAM, so that it could really, process the final export. But in the background, I learned that even with all that RAM, once a chapter got over 45 minutes, I had to make a separate sequence in Premiere for each chapter, because I was doing it all at once. But as I got like to the hour and a half mark in the timeline, suddenly the thing couldn't edit anymore. It was like, look, I'm having a real hard time here. I was like, oh crap. So I turned around and I made a separate sequence for each chapter, because I realized that Premiere really can't function, at least on my computer, very well after about an hour's worth of video sitting in a timeline. It's like
saying the computer's brain was overloaded.
Brain. What is brain?
that. So my process had to be build each chapter separately, all 12. Then on the final day, after I had everything locked in, I had to create a master timeline and treat it like putting together a model train set, where it was like, chapter 1 is the locomotive, chapter 2 drops in, chapter 3, and chapter 12 would be the caboose. But the moment that happened, it was like, no editing will be able to be done on this timeline. So I got to make sure everything is done in the separate chapter sequences before I drop them in, because it will only be able to handle them sitting there very still in a 4-hour timeline and an export command. That's all it will be able to do.
Yeah, you didn't add pleated clips basically in order. Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, looking at that cheese slice of edits, just thousands and thousands and thousands of audio and video edits going for 4 hours. It's just like, I'll never get this 3 months back. What did I do this for? It's like, oh, right, because I'm a passionate nerd. So.
Well, it's fun.
Those are labors of love. Yeah, labors of love. And then you probably learn a lot of Premiere tips. So I can't stand Premiere. My brother-in-law is a professional video guy, and I'm always asking him questions. And he's like, it just does that. Just reboot it. I couldn't do file save as for months on Premiere. I'm like, I'm paying Adobe $50 a month for the whole package, and I can't do file save as in Premiere. And they were telling me uninstall it, reinstall it. Only got fixed when I rebuilt my computer and just erased everything. And they couldn't fix it. And there's all these crazy things that happen when Premiere's got to be one of the worst programs I've ever used, just for when I go to drop video clips, and sometimes I can't drop video clips in anymore. And I've been using Adobe products for 20 plus years. And I'm like, what's going on? Why is this happening?
Yeah,
it's just infuriating program, even just to do. I'm not doing anything complicated too. It's just simple stuff. So
sure.
God, I Premiere just gives me agita sometimes.
Yeah, I feel your pain. I really do. I had to actually take my Premiere versioning back. I had to take it all the way back to the beginning of 2023. I had to version it down.
Oh, okay.
Because they botched like the latest update, and it was
the new AI update and stuff they've been adding and whatever.
Yeah, it got really janky, and I was like, I can't go into the biggest edit I've ever done with an unstable Premiere. Now it still has some stability issues, but they weren't anything fatal. They're just minor quirks. But but I couldn't handle what was going on with the current version.
Yeah,
Well, I'll tell you what,
it's the worst.
so amazing what you did put up. What finished product on that video is so extraordinary, dude. I mean, editing's brilliant. I mean, this is 10 times more entertaining than anything Nick Mangold will ever do in his life.
God, I don't know what. I mean, I didn't hate Ford versus Ferrari as a movie.
I heard that was good, and you didn't like that.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah.
But those people who wrote this, and I'm like, well, clearly they weren't the people to write this.
No,
it's
not right for everything. Yeah,
yeah. And again, I even recognized, at the time, Ford versus Ferrari has its historical departures. It's Hollywood can never stick to the facts completely, but it was nuances. It was nuances on that one. But I didn't hate that movie at all. I actually quite liked a lot of different sequences in it. And I was actually fascinated that James Mangold was a guy who was talented enough behind the scenes that he could convince Disney of all studios, or I guess at that time it was still Fox, but either way, Fox was still, they were like Disney in this regard. He convinced them to make a movie about two guys who were totally anti-corporate and saying overtly anti-corporate things and calling corporations stupid throughout the whole movie. And I'm like, if he can sell that and get that through the Hollywood system and make a high budget film with big stars in it and stuff, why on earth did his Indiana Jones film turn out this way? And it's like, well, either he didn't understand the genre, or because it's Disney and Kathleen Kennedy, he was just a handcuffed director and he was being told what to do. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it. He was a total ass to some fans. Like, he came out like on like being totally too defensive and stuff. But he probably knew he got himself into a bad situation when he agreed to do it.
Right.
Spielberg didn't want to do it, and I'm like, man, he probably didn't want to. He knows Kathy, so he probably didn't want to get involved in it. He would have wanted to do it his way, and she probably wouldn't let him.
Right.
He wanted this done her way. That's what I mean. Look, I cannot. Whatever you else want to say about Mangold, well, the script. You say it's the same people that did Ford versus Ferrari. All I know is it may have been, but they were forced. They had Phoebe Waller-Bridge forced on them by her,
right?
By KK. She was a KK. She's a KK avatar for this. Right. Basically her. So as soon as you say, look, she comes along and says, I want an Indiana Jones film out of you characters, but here's what I want. I want to make sure you put this character in there. And then he's going to be really old and she's going to be the boss and she's going to save his ass and all this kind of stuff. And,
why not have short round, which I think you mentioned, Michael, at one point.
Would have been better.
Reunite Indy with short round.
He would have. Right. She didn't care about that stuff. And by the way, her little sidekick was terrible. He was no short round. But she handcuffed him, like you said. I believe that's right. I honestly believe, I'm not trying to give him a break, but I'm not so sure what you could have done with her in charge. It was always going to be bad, just no matter how bad, I think.
Right.
I don't know.
No, yeah.
But the other thing that frosted me, I'm sure you talked about in your video too, was in the beginning, as I'm thinking about it, Indy's living in a rundown apartment and he's making, not happy with his work. I'm like, Indiana Jones should be living in a huge house, be one of the most successel guys,
big family,
living, being successful. And when he's at his retirement party and he gives away that clock. I'm like, that was a kind of a mean thing to do, to give away the clock and kind of make fun of his coworkers. And like, what the heck is going on? Indiana Jones is, what you want to aspire to. And, the open, the first movie with it, or with everyone's looking up to him as, as Professor Jones. And then to go to that, living down in a looking at a broken down guy in an apartment, having to bang a baseball bat on the next door neighbor to keep it down. I mean, that was just
disgusting. Yeah. And it makes me sick. I mean, it was the same as Last Jedi. It was like, I mean, did she tell him, look, go watch Last Jedi? Do that to Indiana Jones. Do that to Indiana Jones.
Right. I think you're right, Mike.
I think she probably did. I mean, maybe I'm exaggerating a little, but she wanted to see that done to him, and she must hate him. She must hate the character. But the thing is, Michael, what I don't understand is Harrison Ford's is bigger name than Kathleen Kennedy, you would think, although he's not her boss. He could have just not done the movie.
He let
them happen.
Yeah, that's what I try to explore without any definitive answers at the very end of the video, which is, Harrison Ford has skin in this game, whether he likes it or not. He could have just not done that movie, but he claims in the press junkets, which again could be just him selling the film like a good little soldier, but he claims this is the story he wanted to tell. This is a story that they could finally all come together on, and I'm just like, oof. Like that. You
claim you love the character and you do this to the character.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look what happened to Han Solo. So
yeah, at least he didn't claim to love him. I mean, look, he hated him.
Yeah.
Right. And he
treated him like that. Actually, he treated Indy worse than he treated Han, if that's possible. But yeah, he did probably.
And that's what's
at least Han. Yeah, at least Han Solo's still running around, doing stuff, stupid stuff, but he's doing stuff. This one, Indy can barely move.
Right. And he said that weird thing to the audience when they premiered the trailer. He's like, "I will not fall down for you again." And I wish I'd been in the crowd, because I'd been like, nobody asked you to. Like, there's no reason. There was no reason for this. Nobody here was, nobody could force you to do that, Mr. Ford. Like, you were approached by people who were decision makers that were far beyond us. They were the ones that asked you to do this. You accepted the sum they were willing to pay you, and here you are. But don't sit there on the one hand and say that Indiana Jones is your favorite character and your life's work, and then on the other hand, look at all the fans and say, "I won't fall down for you again." It's like these are mixed messages, pal. Like
Exactly. It just makes me so sick. Hey, Bro Goo. Oh, Wonky Wonky Man says, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. He says, did you see the Aeronauts Ashoka's 80s video club? I heard, I think Gary was showing some of that today when I got to see part of it, but I only got to hear it because I was doing something. I'm going to go back and watch it, though. I hear it's pretty funny. Like a video where they put together some sort of, if I'm remembering correctly, a video about Ashoka. But like it's an 80s show?
Yeah, like an opening for like the A-Team or
right,
TI or when they always show the character's name and
that.
I saw that was pretty funny. Yeah,
I heard about it. Anything's better than a terrible show. Good God.
I mean, the stupidity, we were ranting on that on my show and your show, Clobberin Times, but just like simple things like, characters with their back turned to the enemy for 4 or 5 seconds and stormtroopers not shooting. Those are the things that, drive fans crazy. Like you guys were talking about the dive scene in Indiana Jones, and nothing happened and it didn't make the Indy look good. It wasn't like an exciting James Bond dive sequence that, really advanced the plot. And Indy doesn't do anything. He's just underwater, and then all the eels come out and, it's like, my God, if you're spending this much money on a movie, let's at least have something interesting to do with the underwater plot segment. So,
you know what it reminds me of though, Michael?
Say what?
Well, you know what this sort of reminds me of? I know you used to watch MST3K. Let's just keep doing that. You didn't do that, did you, Mark?
No, I didn't.
My bad mouse.
Yeah.
Hey, Midnight's Edge After Dark. Look, Tom, what's up, buddy? Midnight's Edge After Dark. What's up, bro? He says, "Hey, Michael." That's what he says.
I'm saying, "Hey, back."
What's up, bro? Good to see you, Tom. That could be my stupid mouse doing that. I got a bad mouse.
Yeah, these engineers love to change things, but
do you remember an MST3 episode where they did a movie called Agent from Harm?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Where it was like some really bad, lame ass James Bond ripoff of the I don't know what, like early 70s or whatever.
Right.
It was really terrible, and they had all these scenes that were like very like posers, like he's about to do something, but he never does anything cool. And throughout the movie, the bots and Joe would go, and Mike would say, "Da da da da," Oh, and they'd stop. I guess he's not doing that. And eventually they got the point. James Bond would have had like 3 boat chases by now. So like making fun of how every time the guy, I'm going to open the hell out of this door. They kept doing that. And I think in this movie, it's just like that. Every time Indiana Jones, you're seeing, you go, oh, ba-ba-da-ba. Oh, maybe not. Then something else goes, oh, here we go. Ba-ba-da-ba. Oh, maybe not. No, yeah, premature ba-ba-da-ba, folks. Wait a minute, we'll get one. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Ba-ba-da-ba. No, not even. Okay, no, I guess he's not going to do anything. Oh, he got punched. He punched the guy. Oh, that was quick. He rode a horse. And by the way, when he's riding the horse, did they do it then? I think, a little bit John Williams, little Indiana fanfare at that point or what? It's been a while since I've seen it.
Well, that sounds better than the new Indy movies to me. God, I can't stand the new movies, but
what new movies?
James Bond movies.
But I'm asking him about Indy, the stupid horse chase.
Yeah,
the horse chase was real fakey, and I think that's the reason that we have a movie where Indy starts out in a dingy apartment in New York City for no apparent reason. Is because these writers just couldn't figure out a way, because they're dumb, not because there isn't a way. They couldn't figure out a better way to have Indy in New York City so that they could get him on a horse and then get the horse in a subway tunnel. Somebody actually tried to defend that in the comments of my video by saying, well, but Marion did divorce him, so maybe he had to move to an apartment. I said, from Connecticut? I was like, you're making the leap, pal, that he, even though he's a tenured professor, that he lost his job at Marshall College. They never explain why he doesn't have that job anymore. They never explain, these most fanboys are not good at details, and so they jump to these dumb conclusions where it's like, well, Marion divorced him, so that's why he's in a crappy apartment. It's like, did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said a breath before, pal? I literally just explained it's not that he's in a dingy apartment he never lived in New York City. Did you not hear what I just said? He lived in Connecticut. God.
Oh, God. If he's a successful guy, he's not living in a dingy apartment, right?
Right.
Even if he does get divorced, he's living on Park Avenue or somewhere nice. Or if he had to move to the city, right?
Right.
He's not living in that crappy place. Yeah.
Yeah. He's not poor. People,
so stupid.
This is why Hollywood gets away with stuff like this, is because you got people like that in the comments section cheering anything on, where it's like, I thought it was great, and it's like, of course you did, because you like Taco Bell. I don't,
Oh.
And by the way, that's a basketball reference. That's not me actually slamming Taco Bell.
I know my boy Tom likes some Taco Bell, don't you, Tom? So, you're Tom's them's fighting words. I like Taco Bell. He likes turtles too.
No, it's a line from basketball. Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah.
Oh man, well, I'll tell you what, dude. I've kept you here very, very long, man. 3 hours. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry because I got to hang out with you, but I know you got to be tired, and we need to, I know you
got to be happy that video's done, right? And out.
But yeah,
Michael, right? Yeah.
But
I do have one quick question before Michael goes. I have an Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark promotional copy that one of my dad's friends gave me, and he said he was in a Dallas movie theater opening night, 1981, and they were giving them away for opening night. Have you ever heard anything like that? I can't verify anything about it. It does say promotional copy stamped on the soundtrack, but had you? And I figured if anyone knows anything,
is it the LP?
It's the LP. Yep.
Yeah. Sounds like that would have been like the pre what do you call it, the pre-release promotional sales samples that they sent out saying, hey, this is coming in a little bit, just here's your copy to, you know, let everybody know or whatever. But I believe I've seen images of that LP with that label on it on the internet before. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the story, but
Oh, the
excuse me,
story
about the movie theater giving away those sound, you know, album, the vinyl opening night. But that's what he
Oh
told
yeah,
me.
yeah. I'm sure they did. I'm sure
They
that
did?
was
Okay,
the
yeah,
thing. Yeah.
yes.
Um,
They probably did it like, you know, big. Like he was in Dallas, I guess they must have done it like, you know, maybe New York, Dallas, LA, or some big cities, I guess. But I haven't
yeah.
seen anything. You know, I saw a couple other with that stamp, but hadn't heard anything, you know, like that story. So, but it was a nice story because he saw some of my Indiana Jones stuff, and he was going up in the attic at Christmas, and he had a couple of copies. Like, I'm gonna give one of these to Mark. He should have it because of all his, you know, from some of his Indiana Jones stuff. So
Yeah, that's a really cool thing to have as part of your collection, because Raiders would have been being the first one, even though Lucasfilm had 2 Star Wars movies under its belt by then. Raiders would have been the least what do you call it? It would have had the least opportunity for those kinds of items in its original release. Whereas by Temple of Doom and Last Crusade, they kind of had a plan for how to roll out some of the promotional swag. So like with Last Crusade, they have one of the coolest bits of very hard to find promotional swag, which is and I want to say this wasn't even for the movie premiere. This was for the VHS video cassette release. Paramount Pictures sent out the officially they're not very accurate, but they are the officially licensed Stetson Indiana Jones hats from that time period. And these would have been the retail hats, but that's not what's special. What's special about it is that they sent these hats to like the heads of you know, movie rental store companies and stuff like that, and distributors and everything. And they sent the hats in a special hat box, and the hat box was completely branded with a graphic on the top, and it's a monochromatic but still fully detailed photographed image of Indy and his dad on the motorcycle, and then around it says keep up with the Joneses or something like that.
Nice,
or something like that. It's a really, really cool hat box with the hat, and they're very hard to find.
As for the VHS release,
it's for the it's like a gift they gave out as part of let's see if I think I have, because I'm a sick person, I think I have like one that I'm following or something. Like, oh, here it is. Yeah, it's still on.
Welcome, Tom.
It's Mr. Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
The man, the myth, the legend himself.
There he is.
Michael, how you doing, buddy?
Tom, how are you, sir?
Glad to get to talk to you. It's been a tick and a half. How you doing?
Yeah.
Not bad. Yourself?
Oh, I see. I'm doing all right. I see you're celebrating your immense, I guess that would be the word, breakdown of Indiana Jones and
yes,
and the doom of destiny or whatever it is,
and all the hatred that will eventually come.
I haven't got a chance to check it out because, you know, I'm sure you're aware that it's like 4 hours long almost.
I am. It
wasn't
chapters. What's that? What's that, Mike?
It's chaptered, so you know you can like a book, like I said. So there you go.
I've got the links in the chat. It wasn't supposed to be 4 hours long. It's just every time I scrubbed to go get a line that I'd written down that I needed, I would hear other lines, and then I would be like, "What the hell?" And then I'd have to go write another 5 pages because the video just kept getting longer and longer.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, this box actually says the Joneses are coming. Hold on to your hat.
Oh my god!
Oh, okay.
What?
Wow.
And, yeah, it's cool. It's got the motorcycle on it and everything. And
Oh, you're
Nice.
talking about something from Last Crusade. I'm sorry. I thought you meant
Yeah.
like the new. Oh, okay. I thought it was
Last
related to the
Crusade.
new
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Like,
No,
what other
no.
Jones is there in the movie besides him? I'm like, wait, what?
No, this is a really,
Okay, I got what you're
this is a
saying.
really cool box. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can.
Okay, you guys were talking about like the promo items. Like, Mark, what you were describing is exactly what radio stations used to get back in the day.
Okay.
Is it like a gold lettering that says this is for promotion only, not for resale? Blah 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 blah.
Well, I'll show you the. I'll
Yeah.
grab it and show it.
Yeah. So just keep in mind that, like, unless you can authenticate that it came from like a premiere like that, then it could very well be somebody like. So I'm just saying, let's keep in mind if you're trying to buy one of those online, that it could very well be somebody just getting you something from a radio station. Oh no, I've never seen anything like that before.
That's
wild.
I wish I had that. It's so freaking cool. And it was only sent out. That hat was sold like that in mall stores throughout the summer of '89. But that hat in that box was only sent to certain videotape distributers ahead of the VHS.
Wow.
Yeah.
I miss that stuff, man. And I got a guy who's been sending me some cool stuff. I'm going to show off on a show soon from theaters. But video stores used to get a lot of neat stuff too back in the day to help promote the movies. It's kind of cool to kind of miss that.
So that one's one of the crazier cool ones that I've seen. But those things go for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
Well, as a hat aficionado, how or especially of the indie hats, let's say, how does that look quality wise?
That hat is it's not at all accurate in its construction, but it is largely accurate in its shape.
Cool. Okay.
It's also built like a tank, because that's the one that I've had since childhood.
Oh, okay.
And I'll tell you that, like, even though it's like got, it's not made of the right material. It's even got consecutive seam lines in the stitch lines in the brim for some reason. But all of that lends itself to this hat it is not in any way constructed the same way the real hat was, but it is bulletproof. Like, you cannot kill it. That hat will go and go and go. So in that respect, it has my utmost admiration.
Don't you love that part of like the 80s and stuff where they're just like, this looks close enough.
Yeah, I do though. I really do.
That part of the video, Michael, when with the hat and the uniform and all that stuff was, I mean, just dude, the detail you go into, I don't know how you do it. It's incredible. There's so much more than just obviously criticizing the terrible film. There's a lot of great stuff on the other Indiana Jones films, as has been mentioned here tonight before. I just want to reiterate how great that was.
Oh, well, thanks. Somebody was asking me in the run up to the movie. Tom and I were seeing the first spy shots. Oh, okay. There's the LP.
Yep, the gold. Yep, I remember that gold label. Well, I have a few records with that on it, and I seen them all the time at the record station.
Oh, wow. That's
cool.
A
record station, the radio station. Geez,
radio station. Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool if you can actually kind of verify that it came from the premiere thing. That's awesome.
Well, I have the. I mean, I don't know how. A letter always helps. Let me cover up my dad's friend's name and address here. But I have, the letter that he wrote with it.
That I don't know how
when he gave it to
can
me.
Authenticate it, but it
well,
might make it worth a few more bucks.
Yeah, but I mean, it's more of a sentimental item, and it was my dad's favorite movie too.
I mean, Michael might know more about it than I do, but I mean, I'm sure that adds a little bit of value to it, considering.
Yeah, I have it won't surprise anybody, but I've seen that. I know where I've seen that stamp before. I'm staring at it right now. I have a Kylie Minogue album from 1988 that has that on there too.
I got a few of them. I got a Beverly Hills Cop and a Gremlins soundtrack.
Oh, wow.
But it wouldn't shock me if there were a few that were held over that were given away at movie theaters.
I have the 2 record reprint of that.
Oh, you got that?
Yeah.
Okay, that was I heard about that later on. I was like, my head was buried in something else.
I have the CD version too, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so Tom and I we were discussing, I think, on Twitter at the time when the first spy photos came out of Harrison Ford in his outfit walking around behind the scenes with Helena Shaw and everything. And I said at the time, I was like, my God, the costume looks horrible. And some of my old indie pals from back in the day were like, I think he's looking pretty good. I'm like, are you even looking at the outfit? I'm not even talking about the man. I don't care.
It was worse than the Crystal Skull version of it.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
God.
And the Crystal Skull version, I don't know how you felt about it, Mike, but I can imagine it's similar to me. It came off like the Spirit Halloween version of the Indiana Jones costume.
Yes, and then this one stamped that envelope and mailed it.
This is the Wish version of it.
Yeah,
you wish it looked like your
costume based China.
And the problem with this movie wasn't his costume; it was on the set. He kept calling what's her face, Phoebe Waller-Bridge. He kept referring to her Shia, and nobody could figure it out why. But,
yeah, there was some friends of mine who were like, "Oh, it doesn't look any different," and I was like, "Okay," I said, "I'm going to find a way to go in a hard cut from the Raiders outfit to an approximation of the Crystal Skull outfit, because that's the saddest part, is that when I saw his outfit, I was like, oh, I have all that crap. It's not Indiana Jones stuff at all, but I have all of it because it's all just stuff that you like pull together from a Dickies catalog. Like there's nothing.
Yeah, it felt very generic. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was nice to see a few comments from people when I did the hard cut in the video. They were finally like, oh, I see what you saw now. And I'm like, yeah, get your contacts checked, get your prescription checked on your glasses. Like, jeez.
Well, I didn't notice that too. I mean, you pointed it out to me, and then once you mention it, then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. If you're not really, paying attention, this is a 3D printed
right
statue which came out pretty good with the metal gold filament. I wish it was real. I could, but
right.
those are fun things you can kind of do with a 3D printer.
I just find it fascinating that there are people out there who are like, oh, I never noticed he wasn't wearing a gun anymore. And I'm like, he's not even wearing an entire belt anymore. And his bag is on the other side. And like what? But I know that some people are just like hat, jacket, whip. He's Indiana Jones. Get my popcorn. And it's like, all right.
That's what they do. Yep. Cool. Yeah, man, that's some great stuff though. Some cool stuff. And I don't have one damn piece of indie merchandise anymore.
I see Mark's got the little idol there.
So
yeah.
I don't know if I got that beat or not.
Oh no.
Kalima. Kalima. And this actually, as far as I know, I got this from a good friend of mine. Gary
Ambrosia.
And I think this is from the original mold.
It looks
he would have used all the original material, and it looks it's that color because
he has a lot of stuff from the movies, right?
Dude,
exactly.
That's awesome. Dude, that's
you have to kind of add something to it to do it. So
doesn't he have a lot of stuff from the movies, Gary?
Yes.
Gary Ambrosia? Because he's been
he actually has I think a thing of the Ark too. But yeah, so you put a little light underneath it.
Oh man,
so cool.
I love it.
Yeah, it even lights up the right color.
Yep. See, that's the thing, is these ones were different colored than the other ones. Right. Of course, they registered on film a little differently too, but yeah.
That's amazing.
So yeah, this is actually the same resin or whatever he said they used and everything. So yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Gary worked in Hollywood, so he's probably got.
Yeah, it's really cool because you can't really see it here, but there's like a little sparkly, so it would inside, man. So it would help illuminate it a little better or whatever.
It's so cool.
I love it. I love it. What other stuff?
I only got one though. I need two more. Damn it.
Yeah, it's true.
That's right. well, remember, you're preserving the continuity because only one survived the adventure.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But I can't be tearing people's hearts out till I find the other two.
All I just need to point out to you is that because you have it right now, that village is starving. I'm just letting
that's true.
Fuck them.
So Tom, you should send them some Taco Bell.
Some Taco Bell.
Let them eat Taco Bell.
Doesn't Ambrosia have a lot of stuff from Raiders and from Indiana Jones films?
Yeah, I think he even has, like I said, the Ark. I know he has a little version of it too, because I think the version he has is one they used for a miniature shot.
Oh wow!
Wow!
I can't remember. He doesn't always have the original things, but what he's good at doing is tracking down the molds.
Yeah.
And so then he'll he even sent me here. I can give me 2 seconds and I'll grab it.
Yo, that's
so
cool
it's identical. There. Basically, it's the original. You've got the mold. You got the. That's what it is. I mean, other than material differences or.
Okay, he sent me this, and this is amazing because these.
Oh, dude, are you serious?
Yeah. Okay, so what these come from is the Universal mold, which was technically from the original mold anyway. So it's all
right.
The ride you're talking.
Yep. So these are off the. I think these are actually ones he took off the ride and then he remolded them.
Wow.
So then he put them on a nice plaque for me. Yeah.
That is awesome.
So they're technically Jaws teeth.
Nice.
Yes.
That'd be
That
perfect
is
for a
so
dentist's
cool.
office.
It would. Oh man, I love it. That's some cool
And he
stuff
sent me
there.
a piece of Bates Motel as well, which is cool. And the coolest thing he ever sent me, and I don't have it down here, so I can't bring it. But if you've seen Ghostbusters, you've seen it. You know, when they're on top of the building.
Yeah.
And you have the big thing for Zool's altar.
Yep.
That big plaque behind her.
Oh, seriously?
So he sent me the miniature version of that because they had a miniature too. So it's like it's huge. It's like
oh my,
this tall because it's just a small piece of the front of the building because they build it in miniature to blow it up.
Right.
So it's from that original mold, and it's got all the architecture stuff on there and everything. It's really cool. It's got the terror dogs. And like the goth form and all that kind of stuff in the background and all the you see it right in the movie. As soon as you'd see it, you'd see exactly what it was. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And he also sent me the cards too.
Really?
Yeah, with the squiggly lines.
wow.
Just a couple of wavy lines.
I'm sorry, this isn't your lucky day.
You are a legitimate phenomenon.
You know that, don't you?
The effect, I'll tell you what the effect is. It's pissing me off.
I love
well, maybe my theory is correct.
You keep the $5 I've had.
I will, mister.
Nice. I love it. One of my favorite quotable movies. One of the most quotable.
I was just going to say 8 o'clock.
You are nope. We looped. Greatness. Oh man. Well,
but back to Indy. Back to Indy.
Go back.
No,
Mike.
It's free for all, man.
But I got to ask you, Mike, because I haven't got a chance to really talk to because we had planned on talking about this, and it just didn't pan out because of you getting a chance to see the movie or whatever when you did.
Right.
My recollection. But I was curious how you felt about the movie because I feel like you could almost keep this movie damn near the way it is. I mean, I don't like the idea of killing Mutt the way they did. I thought that was very
me too.
Distasteful. Despite how you feel about the character, you don't do that. You can have him living off somewhere in like, New England or something like that with a family doing his own thing.
Yep.
Doesn't even have to be a part of this.
He'd be a war hero, but yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. And what I would have done is just replace Phoebe Waller-Bridge with Ke Huy Quan.
Yes.
Yep.
That's what
same story and everything. And why it would work for me. Money. And I'm curious if you feel the same way, is at some point, we know he probably put him in a boys' home or something like that.
Right.
Sure.
And the whole movie, because you can even keep Toby in there, and I think it's important, and you got to have Toby get hurt. Because that way, Short Round realizes that's why Indy did what he did.
Right.
So you start off the movie with Short Round pissy with Indy, but he's coming and he's going to steal this thing because he wants the money for it.
Right.
He's basically doing the same exact thing she's doing, but he's not doing what Indy would have done. So the whole movie is about bringing, him around to realizing why Indy had to put him in a boys' home or not let him come on adventures anywhere because he knew he was going to get him killed otherwise. And he just understands that now. Yep. And then understands how important these artifacts are as well by the end of the movie. And then we get Short Round back at the same time. And it's a connection to the past.
You're speaking my language. I was the weirdo way back in 2008 that was saying, and again, this is no shade on Mutt Williams as a character or Shia LaBeouf at all. I was just shocked and disappointed that given Harrison Ford's age and knowing that Key was still working in the industry and was still he was still practiced on his martial arts, why they didn't bring him back. So my point in saying that is, Tom, I agree with you because I wanted him back in 4, let alone 5.
I agree.
Yeah.
And that could have been a great passing of the torch here too. Because you just have him basically, like I said, you can basically have him be what Phoebe Waller-Bridge was doing.
Yep.
But it's through this movie that he realizes he's not doing the right things. And then through like Toby getting hurt or something, like breaking his arm or getting shot or something, but not dying. But then he realizes, that's why Indy did what he did. Otherwise I could have got hurt. You know what I mean?
I just cannot believe, Tom, that they did not capitalize on the opportunity of him winning this Oscar to at least say,
I know.
we couldn't fit him into this movie, but we're seeing an opportunity here to have him carry the torch forward for the franchise. And yet Spielberg is asked that question at the Academy Awards after the show about Key, and he says, well, his number, Short Round's number, we've retired it. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, why are you just saying shit like that? Like, I keep wondering, he never worked with Key again after Goonies. And I know Spielberg is a very like flaky dude. He's very like out of sight, out of mind, focused on it. So I don't think it had anything to do with anything Key did to the guy. I just wonder like why he has this attitude that anything to do with Temple of Doom, I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
Oh, I know why. Or at least
Really?
this is my theory, is because that was the worst received of the bunch at the time.
Uh-huh.
Everybody shat on Ke Huy Quan in the movie at the time.
Right.
Like people, we always talk about, Anakin and how much shit he got. People forget how much people shat on that kid being in that Indiana Jones movie.
Right.
I mean, people forget how much people really, really were mean to that movie at the time it came out. And that's the other thing is Steven feels like the movie's mean-spirited. I mean, George was going through his divorce when he wrote it. Steven was in a weird time in his, he's falling in love with his fucking leading. Oh, sorry about the swearing. I mean, I should watch it.
Yep.
I'm in your house,
Language.
Clobby. Yeah. I'm never going to live that down.
You're good, man.
I think I swore a bunch too. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure it's cool. I didn't know the kind of, rating.
You didn't. Sorry.
I just like checking before I really let the F words fly too much.
It's late here now, but Miss Long, I generally don't, but I would do it other places.
Oh, I apologize for my S word.
You didn't.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's not a problem. No,
I was mostly joking, but yeah.
No, you're fine. Yeah.
I just out of respect for Clobby. But no, it just, to me, I think that's what it mostly was, is he just does not want to remember that time, and he does not see it as fondly as we do looking back.
Uh-huh.
I think that's the main thing. To him, I think he thinks that's the bad one.
Even though he met his wife.
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
That's the thing. Like, okay, he doesn't look back on that time fondly for that film, but is he that, I guess he is that egotistical. He made a movie about himself as a child. Is he that egotistical that he wouldn't see the opportunity to put an actor in a series of very potentially successful films? Like,
I think the other half is that the modern day bullshit has gotten in the way, because I think he thinks the character's kind of racist, probably.
Well, all you have to do is reframe the character as an adult, or none of
I agree with you
there.
But this is the same guy who remade West Side Story and made it to where English people couldn't even who only speak English couldn't really watch it because they didn't want to put titles on. He is fully bought into this crap, man. Like, that's what I'm saying.
He's a nut. So yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just speculating here on that, but like, you're right. Spielberg is a weird cat at the end of the day. So
yeah.
That's a natural to include in any sequels of a Short Round Key. I mean, especially like you said, after he won the Academy Award, his stock is
Disney
up.
has used him
He's
twice.
in Loki now. Yeah, and he's in Loki.
Yeah, they've used him twice now. They got this ripoff.
Loki. Yeah.
They got this ripoff series coming out that looks just like Everything Everywhere All at Once, that most of the cast of Everything Everywhere All at Once is in.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So like, Disney has hired him twice since then, but they didn't use him. Like, they didn't even think to go in and like shoot a cheap, quick cameo with him.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think they ever cared. They never even occurred to them to do that. All they cared about was Phoebe Waller-Bridge and Kathleen Kennedy. The reason why Spielberg really didn't want to do it is because his ego's too big. He didn't want to fight with Kathleen Kennedy to make decisions.
Well, I think Spielberg's been done with Indy since 4 anyway.
Yeah.
You watched the making of that. I'm
true.
sure Michael knows what I'm talking about.
He got beat up a lot for that.
Well, it's just, he looks at it, because I mean, I'm sure you know this too, Michael, is that script had been leaked online years ago.
Yep.
Like, we all knew this movie was going to be. We were all like, we do not want this movie. We do not need aliens and crap in the stupid business with all this stuff. No, give us something like the Lost City of Atlantis or something like that. Anything but this.
Right.
Sure as shit, George was just insistent on it. And Steven says it in that making of it. He's like, George kept bringing this idea back to me. And I'm like, I don't want to do aliens.
Right.
And he finally says, oh, they're not aliens, they're interdimensional beings. And I'm like, fine, whatever, let's do it. Just to get it done. It really was just to appease George at that point.
Yep, it was. Yeah. He was done with it at 3. He was done with it at 3.
And I think he even says that too. Yeah, he's like, as far as I was concerned, we were done.
Yeah, and I don't even think he I'm pretty sure I've seen interview clips where he's insinuated that he would have been fine just having done Raiders, because all he needed was something to save his career from 1941, and
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. So,
and that might be another reason why he's not a fan of Temple of Doom.
Right.
And you know, like with Last Crusade, you can see he has more fondness things towards it because you have Sean Connery aspect,
right,
and all that stuff. But you watch The Fabelmans? I know you just brought that up.
I haven't. Is it
how is that? Is that
Oh my god, this is what's weird is he is kind of egotistical, but at the same time, you can tell his mom just screwed him up because his own movie about himself is all about his mother.
Oh.
And his mom in his real life was the same way, and she was like always trying to be the center of attention. So she is now the center of attention in his own movie. Like the decent parts are there, but you're like, no, I want to see, I want to see him make Duel. I want to see him make Sugarland. I want to see him make Jaws. What the frig is this? We barely get to see Steven, the Steven character in quotations, because it's not really him, but it is.
Right.
And it is just this creepy, weird Oedipal thing through the whole freaking movie. It's just like,
wow.
Yeah. Did you like have more like things going on with your mom than
Oh boy, what a nut! But Hollywood people are so screwed up, man.
That's
they really are.
Well, and his dad seems like a decent guy from the movie. I mean, his dad encouraged his, he bought him his first camera and stuff like that happened in real life too, from what I know, and all that business. So. And then the other part is like, okay, show us the reality of it, because we all know the fake story that you used to tell for years that they based Secret of My Success on, how you got into Universal. Tell us the true story, right? For once, just tell us the real story. I mean, I'm sure it's just as interesting, but no, it's a weird, dumb movie. It's a very self-indulgent piece of crap. I don't even know how it got Oscar nominated. Oh, I do know how it got Oscar nominated.
That's why. It's Steven Spielberg, yeah.
Well, yeah, of course.
I just answered my own question and its critique.
Yeah.
We're looking at back at Dial of Destiny too. It's like Teddy, I guess, was a replacement for Short Round, or it's not getting. I mean,
terrible. Toby or whatever.
Up, but
or Teddy, is it Teddy or Toby? I'm sorry,
Teddy.
I think it's Teddy. Right? Yeah,
Teddy, right? Yeah, forgettable character, but yeah, it's almost like here we're gonna put Short Round.
It was her Short Round, but it just was. Yeah. He's pointless.
Yeah,
at least in the version I just gave you, he served a purpose, right? He was a way of showing Short Round why Indy would have to go, well, you know what? I can't run around with this kid.
I'd hire you.
I'm going to get him killed.
Write the movie for me.
I'll just
say he almost got killed in Temple of Doom. Because at that point, you think that's where Indy would probably start realizing, yeah, I can't keep doing this.
I can tell you this. If you any questions or any observations you may want or answered or chronicled or taken care of or explained, Michael does it all. He leaves no stone unturned to this amazing video. If you're interested in that movie at all, or even if you're not, if you didn't go see it, you just want to see some great,
Oh, nobody knows how to review anything like Michael does.
Oh no, it's amazing, dude. I mean, I know he's probably saying, "Stop telling me all this stuff."
I know we're tooting his horn here,
I'm torturing him.
True.
But I mean,
it's true.
Michael, even if we weren't friends of so long, even if we were total enemies, I would tell you that freaking video is brilliant. I mean, it's so entertaining. It just, if you're an Indiana Jones fan at all, even if you don't agree on the movie, which would make you insane, but that's okay. Kidding. But seriously, either way, you learn so much because he goes into so much more than just the film. He talks about why the film does not work on any level, because of what it does not only to the character but to the genre, everything. But anything you may have to ask about this movie or any other Indiana Jones film, really, it's all answered here in this great video. Like I said, I watched it all the way through twice, and I'm until when Michael and I started tonight, I was almost done with once and almost done with my second viewing, but I had a few minutes to go, but we had to come on and start the show, and I intend to watch it again after that. It's that enjoyable. Yes, it's a long one. I understand that no one could usually sit that long, but he's got it chaptered, which is really
that's the
cool,
only reason I haven't got a chance to check it out yet. Really.
Okay, Captain Finity.
I have to be able to sit down for a couple of hours to check it out.
But Michael, I thought that was so cool that you chaptered it like that. And
oh yeah, I had to.
Well, and I'm glad you said that, Clobby, about him, because it's true, Michael. You do this, and a lot of us, and me especially, I'm guilty of this. Well, we can rant and rave about a movie, and people love that. But unless you back up your ranting and raving, it's just that.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
I mean,
we rant and rave. What you do is back it up, brother. And it's
Well,
brilliant.
but you guys bring your receipts. That's why I love listening to you guys. And I'm not trying to do a circle jerk here. What I'm trying to point out here in this moment is that don't sell yourselves short with your delivery format. Like you guys don't just rant and rave. If you did, you guys wouldn't garner the respect that you get from the audience. We've seen the ranters and ravers. We know who they are. Just pointing that out.
Yep. No, I hear you. So everybody, look, please go to, if you have not already, we've got the links. I put a link earlier.
Retroblasting is one of the reasons why I wanted to do YouTube. I've said it before and I'll always say it.
That's very
because I discovered you before I even discovered Midnight's Edge. And I've been watching you since, gosh, I'm trying to remember now because you've been around a lot longer than I've been watching you, I'm sure. But
2012.
Yeah, it's been at least 2014, 15, somewhere in there. I think I started watching you at least.
And everybody wonders, he's still here. Why is he's still alive?
Persistent.
That guy?
Yes.
Still crawling up that mountain.
Yep, and always will be.
Yeah.
Let's see. So speaking of that, by the way, I'm putting the link again in the chat, folks, for the video. Everyone, hello, Scotty. Good to see you. Welcome. Here is the link, everyone. This is to Michael's latest video. It's called Retroblasting, by the way. If you've not subscribed to Retroblasting yet, please do. It's a great, like as Thomas said, it's just an amazing channel, and it's just great stuff. So many great videos about. Well, I'll let Michael tell you how he would define the channel. But before he does, I want to say that his latest video, his epic takedown of Indiana Jones 5 Audience Nothing, is a delight. It's brilliant. It's extraordinary, and he's got it chaptered. I mean, don't let because Michael, in the short attention span times we live in, that people are always daunted by a video time run. I mean, if I'm sitting around working on the computer or something, and I'm looking at YouTube just something to listen to, I probably am guilty of looking for the shorter videos sometimes. I don't know about you, just to listen to it. But I see that one and I go, well, man, I can't believe it. I didn't know because I didn't know it was going to be that long either. I'm like, unreal. It's just incredible. And your video is 10 million times more entertaining. Of course, that's not fair to say that to this movie because there's nothing entertainment. Dial of Destiny is Indiana Jones is.
I think that's what you mean. It's not fair to say that to Michael's video more so, but
it's almost like not to compare your video critique of it. Indiana Jones 5 is a steaming pile of absolute trashy, filth-infested.
Don't watch the movie. Garbage. Just watch Michael's review. That's
just watch Michael's review. Because the movie's garbage beyond belief. Beneath contempt, I hate it that much. And thank you, Michael, for giving me, not even kidding here. You gave me some sense of closure with the character of Indiana Jones just by doing that.
I had to get it for myself as well. So I'm really happy there's been yourself and a number of other people that have said that it all wraps up properly in a way they didn't expect, that gives them a satisfying sort of bookend to their Indiana Jones experience. But that was also me doing it for myself because I was like, well, I'm not gonna just sit here and say this movie sucks and I'm out. It's more like this movie is really, really flawed, and here's why, and here's why I think it happened that way. And here's what we all need to take away from it. And is this the possibility as to how it all fell out this way? And then say goodbye. And that's the only way I knew how to end it, with a little help from Norm Macdonald.
Well, yeah, and I think I will sit here and just say it sucks, but yeah. And hey, yeah, Scotty, don't be a wussy white. But we all know that you should watch an opinion to form your own. Yeah, don't be a wuss, dude. Boo-hoo. The movie sucks. I have suffered through it. If you like it, that's fine. But you don't have to. No one cares. Okay, we all know.
Trust us. We're professionals.
It's just an opinion. I know it's an opinion. Don't talk to me. The worst argument ever made in the history of arguments is, well, that's just your opinion. What are you, the little Lebowski? Anyway.
I'll tell you what, Scotty. I tell you what. You give me 4 hours worth of reasons why it's okay, or in your words, quite okay, and then you and I can have a conversation.
Scotty, I was just kidding about you being a wuss, or was I?
I'm not. I'm not.
I'm just kidding. I'm just. Scotty's been here before. Scotty likes to throw bombs. He says we're being a bit harsh. First of all, we're not being harsh. I was being. Yeah, it's 4 hours long. Yes, I was being harsh calling you a wuss because I like calling you names because it always. I don't know. I just like calling you names, Scotty. That's what you're here for.
I think he's saying I'm not being a wuss. You guys are being a bit harsh on the movie. I think that's
yeah,
because that's
right.
What
he is saying that.
Harsh
Are we though?
No, we're not. That's the thing. You cannot be harsh on something that doesn't require food, shelter, and care. Like,
right. I like that.
But I don't want to make
like
I want to make it clear. I was throwing shade at Scotty just to joke with him because I mean, Scotty, you know, I'm just messing with you. I don't care that you like the movie. I hate it, and that's fine. But go ahead, Buck.
No, I was just saying, like the whole too harsh thing comes out there a lot in fan circles when people are debating and disagreeing about, you know, whatever. The person that says they don't like the thing always ends up getting subjected to, I think you're being a little harsh. And it's like, this is an action figure. It is not a child. Like, this is not a pet. This is not.
You gotta give your opinion too, right?
Yeah.
You're giving your opinion on why you like or don't like. You should never hold back an opinion of what you think. You know, if you like it, say why you like it. If you don't like it, say what you don't like. Ahsoka, I guess, Clobberin times you're kind of not. You're joking with me, like you're really going to show some more clips of that or screenshots. You got to talk. But I was just so incensed by it that I had to, you know, like, and then I'm showing clips to, you know, why I didn't like it or what I thought was ridiculous about the movie. So that's one thing. But you know, a lot of times people just say, I don't like it, and then people get mad at you for not liking something or liking something. Either way, as long as you give your opinion and back it up, just to say, oh, something sucks, you know, okay, you can say like, I'm a Yankees fan, but you're always there.
Well,
soccer, that's emotional stuff, but yeah.
And it's funny that Michael puts it like the whole, like, if it doesn't require food, you know, water and shelter and all that kind of stuff, what should it, you know, it's not a thing. It's not a person. It's a thing. It's an object. It's, you know, sure, it's a piece of art one way or the other. We have the right to say if it's shit or not. But I mean, it's, to me, like, it's food. Like, everybody's not going to like the same kind of food. Right. Let's even just talk about one kind of food, pizza. There's not one single one of us on this panel or in the chat that is all going to agree on one type of pizza that we're going to want. No matter if we even talk about toppings, we're going to be.
Why clam pizza is the best pizza?
Don't get Mark started. See, I knew.
Oh my God, here we go. See, that's the thing. We always get some nut bar who wants to put clam or pineapples on it, and it's like, that shit don't belong on pizza. What the hell? That's not how the Force works. You know, like, no. But see, that's my point. Is am I going to stop you from eating pineapple or clams on your pizza? No, but just don't put it on mine.
Exactly. I'm not going to stop you from watching a movie where an adventure hero doesn't do anything adventurous and nothing exciting happens for 2.5 hours. I'm not going to stop you, but I'm not going to say that it's awesome, or I'm not going to pat you on the head and be like, it's good for you, though. That's good for you. Like, I'm not going to do that either. I'm going to, you know.
We have to be honest as critics, right? We cannot compromise everything just for.
Michael, we gave Mangold some points for credit. Remember, we said when he lets his own title character admit this is not an adventure, and then he proved it. The movie's not an adventure.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you get him.
Well, Mangold was a dumbass, and that was the thing. Is if he'd have just kept his mouth shut, all this movie had to do was be better than Crystal Skull, which it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
But at the end of the day, it wouldn't have been such a big deal because he put himself out there, and it was at that point where it's like, now you got to put up or shut up, because not only does this movie have to be better than Crystal Skull, it has to be just as good as the first three, and we know that's not going to happen.
Well, it's not even an Indiana Jones film. I don't even think it's right to compare it to any other, even Crystal Skull, because Crystal Skull is a very flawed movie that happens.
But at least it's still kind of an Indiana Jones movie at the end of the day.
It's an Indiana Jones film that's very flawed. Just like you could be a bad James Bond movie, you could be a bad Indiana Jones film, you could be a bad Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever. It's not, however, it doesn't qualify as an Indiana Jones film at all. It's not one. There's no adventure in it. It's just, that's very in name only. But I'll keep us here forever if we don't get.
We gotta let Michael go.
Sorry, Tom. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was just saying. I'm sure you want to get out of here, Michael. So yeah.
Oh no, I was going to address Scotty. He said he was going to pat me on the bum. I just want to tell you, Scotty, I'm not homophobic, so if you want,
it's still sexual assault, brother.
Yeah, but that doesn't rattle me. That doesn't rattle me. If you really want to, if you really want a handful,
Did he say that? I never see him say it. I don't see it.
I was gonna say you might like it if you squeezed a little.
YouTube, it looks like
YouTube must have. I don't see it there.
Nuked it. It's only in StreamYard.
We're modern men.
Nuked it. Yeah.
We're not afraid of gay people. We get flattered when gay men think we're hot.
That's right.
Yeah, look at it. Well, I'm not gonna even go there, but it must have got nuked. I didn't see it, Michael. Oh, well.
So
anyway, well, that's very kind of you, Scotty. Look, everyone, the Scotty thing's on me. I pick on Scotty and mess around with him, and he's, he because he likes to throw stuff out there, and I'm mostly just kidding with him. He can like whatever he wants to like, even if I think he's. Just kidding, Scotty. I almost did it, but no. But so that was me starting up with Scotty this time. I got to admit, it wasn't him. He usually starts up with me, so it was on me this time. So, all right, well, Michael, why don't you tell us what's going on with the channel? First, tell everybody what Retroblasting is, if the case is anyone here doesn't know.
That's exactly where we started a half hour ago. Am I in a time loop?
Yes.
The Dial of Destiny.
No, it's the Flash movie.
Yes, you are.
My channel is about it used to just be about the Gen X pop culture experience. We used to call it From Jaws to Jurassic Park, but it's kind of expanded in two directions since then. So, but it's really just about confronting our nostalgia, not retreating into it. It's about objective looks at both modern and vintage ephemera and merchandise and productions from the things we love, and most of them being done in a pre-produced, fully edited, mini infotainment kind of way. What am I working on right now? Well, I was going to do a lightsaber review, but I can tell you guys right now, don't buy the N-Sabers ESB Empire Strikes Back Luke Skywalker lightsaber. It does not work out of the box, even after they send you a second hilt. Now, I will tell you, they were very nice with their customer service, and they gave me a full refund and did not make me send anything back after they gratised me a second hilt to try and make everything better. So I will say that their customer service is excellent, but so that video's on the back burner right now until I decide what to do. So yeah, right now I'm working on two things. I'm working on a script for Top Gun versus Iron Eagle, and I'm working on another video that's going to be about Lara Croft's the history of Lara Croft's guns, her hand cannons, her pistols. They've changed a lot over the course of the franchise. So I'm going to be talking about that with some real world examples. So
wow, nice. Greatness. Yep. And of course, everyone, please go to Retroblasting, and you got to watch that video. Well, if you're interested in Indiana Jones, of course.
I'm willing to bet that Michael and I are probably the only people in the U.S. who have import Blu-ray copies of Iron Eagle.
Oh yeah,
and Iron Eagle 2.
I have Iron Eagle 2, and just like you, and I bet you have Iron Eagle 3, don't you?
Yes.
Yep, me too.
The two of you.
Not 4 though. I don't have 4 yet, but
4's not on Blu-ray.
I know it's like jerks,
so
but I don't know. I've heard it sucks ass.
I've heard it's horrible, but both of us will get it if it comes out on Blu-ray.
Not that the third one wasn't that bad.
The third was ridiculous, but
the second one's pretty bad too.
The second one's pretty bad. Yeah, but my point is that regardless of how bad they are, if it comes out on Blu-ray, I'm going to be tempted to complete my set.
Of course,
of course.
So why do you need the
That's where Michael and I understand each other. No, people are like, why do you keep this crappy crap? It's like, well, I got to have the set. You can't.
Dang right. Those are the exact ones I have from Spain. They're amazing. And
this is a Kino Lorber one, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Mine is a Kino. I think mine's Kino Lorber as well.
Yeah, that one's actually been released in the U.S. 3.
Yes.
That's it. But this one, yeah, I've had to import.
Yep.
I'm sure it's the same one you got.
Yep, the same one I've got. And the Iron Eagle, same one I've got. Yep. Yeah, my Iron Eagle 3 must be the official one. I think, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Why do you need the import of Iron Eagle 3? It's only one version on Blu-ray, or just wondering?
The first two, yeah. They've never been released in the U.S. on Blu-ray.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So, well, and then, of course, one day maybe you'll make that video about that. And
as they say, Top Gun's got a great soundtrack, but they ain't got Queen.
Dang right. And I keep forgetting. I've got to get that thing off the ground for Mike and I. Clobby and I are supposed to do the shadow. So.
Oh yeah.
I keep
He
forgetting.
does know what darkness lies in the hearts.
No
of
hurry,
men.
right? No hurry, man. But when you do it, I'll be there, brother.
Who knows what evil lies in the hearts of men?
Or it's evil. I'm sorry. It's evil. I'm sorry. I thought.
Who knows what a crappy movie lies in the hearts of that stupid.
See, Michael will
Alex
at least
Baldwin
correct me.
As long as
he knows I don't take it personally.
Oh, I wasn't correcting you. I thought I was repeating you. I didn't hear exactly what you said.
I said darkness. You said evil, and I would imagine you're more correct.
I would never be so snotty as to say that as a correction. I was just
no. Even if you do, I don't care because I know you're right.
But no, as long as I don't care what the phrase is, as long as I know that both you and I are not standing in front of Alec Baldwin with a gun. That's all.
Yeah. Who knows what lurks
or slightly to the left or right either.
Alex gun. Yeah.
Because he had 2 of them in that movie.
He's a wild man.
I think we all just need to take a moment and appreciate that everybody on that production got out alive.
Survived it. Wow, that is pretty amazing. Now.
So
yep. Except I didn't get out of the theater alive. I had to sit through the whole thing. But so.
Yeah.
We will tackle it though.
Okay. Good.
So,
and
yeah,
I just want to say one more time. I know it's late for everybody, but I just want to say like the fact that like you asked me to be on just to talk tonight. Like I didn't ask to be on the show. You were like, "Hey, come on, we'll chat." And it's like I'm like, "Yeah, I love hanging out with you." And then Mark and Tom joined the show like just to hang out. Like that's very like it's very humbling. It's not. It's nice to have friends. It's just nice to have friends.
Well, it is. They are 2 great friends. Tom is. I don't know. I'm not worthy to be on Tom's show, but he has me on there on Tuesdays.
He says that, but if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't know nothing about comics.
Same. I don't know anything.
Mike Clobby is like a comics expert. I've never seen anything like it.
Genius.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, I don't know that much, but I try. But and of course, without the great.
Yeah, and every time I ask you something, then you're like, I can't remember, and then you're like, oh, that was XYZ, or that was Spider-Man when this happened, and then you get everything 100% right, and then when someone looks it up, and it turns out, yeah, of course you're right. So yeah, don't sell yourself short.
It was an accident.
It was an accident.
Pure luck. Oh damn! So all right, let's see. Anybody? Tom, what's going on?
Just the regular stuff, I guess. Midnight's Edge After Dark tomorrow night. I'm sure I'll pop in a Mr. H's stream before that. Other than that, nothing pressing on the agenda. But thank you for having me and invite me in here because I love hanging out with you guys, of course. But it's always a blast when I get to talk to Michael because it's kind of like my birthday. It seems like the only time I get to talk to him is my birthday.
Oh my God! No,
I'm kidding.
That's not deliberate. That's not. I'm not trying to.
I know. It's like every time we try to plan something gets in the way of it. Something happens. Something comes up. But he knows he's got an open invitation. Anytime he pops in the chat or just sends me a DM saying I'm around, he knows I'll invite him in anytime. He's got an open invitation, no matter where I'm at.
Yeah, he's a busy man though.
And Tom, thankfully, I was so glad he exercised that same instinct a few weeks ago when I had a random stream and he was able to literally say I'm available, and I'm like cool, and I brought him in and we ran the stream for an hour and a half or whatever it was.
Oh, that was fun. I wish I had more time to be able to hang out and stuff, but it was like, oh yeah, anytime you need me, I'm there.
Streams 40 times a day, 7 days a week. So that's why I never liked to bug him. I'm glad you came on hanging with us tonight, but because I know he's just coming off of another stream. Maybe
I did, and that's where I kind of felt bad because I'm like, crap, I missed this whole stream. I didn't know you guys were streaming. I would have loved to just listen. Right, I just love listening to you guys just talk. I didn't even need to be invited.
Glad you joined us. No.
Oh no, thank you for the invite. Yeah.
I visualize Tom as Michael Keaton from Batman with all the screens, and he's just like,
you're not wrong.
Too bad, Tom.
I got 2 big screens here. They're really cool. Alfred's like, why do you need so many screens? You only have 2 eyes. Like, well, I gotta watch The City on this one. I'm researching the Joker on this one. Pornhub's on this one, and I gotta watch my Twitter on this one. There's this jerk who's talking shit about Power Rangers, and I've had enough. I don't even like Power Rangers. I just don't like them.
You like turtles?
I do like turtles. I met the Ninja Turtles. They're pretty cool guys. I ate pizza with them. That Shredder's a dick.
Someone mentioned Razor Fist. He's cool. Yeah, he's a big. Oh man, he writes.
I love Razor Fist. Yeah,
doesn't he write Shadow
he's
Pulp?
fun.
He writes Shadow.
He loves
novels.
pulp and
He actually
noir
wrote some
and
Shadow radio
yeah,
shows that he made.
yeah.
He made it. Yeah, he's pretty good. Hey, CC, there you go. We're about to mosey on out of here. Mark D, anything? What's going on with you?
Thank you. Yeah, it was great to hang out with you guys tonight. Great treat to be on with Retroblasting and Tom, and of course you, Clobberin Times. Always great to hang out with you, and talk comics or whatever, and then Retroblasting. Michael, I got to watch that video. Looking forward to it, and people also can support Retroblasting on Patreon. Don't forget too. So
I always forget that, Michael. Should remind
me.
I appreciate it, but that's
I don't have a link though. You got a link?
I'll get the link. Yep, I'll get the link. But
thank you, dude.
Because I'm a Patreon supporter, so you've got some great stuff on Patreon, and check out Retroblasting there. And tomorrow night, Clobberin Times, is Raquel going to be able to make the show tomorrow night? Or I don't know if you talked to her, but
she said she was going to. Last I heard from her, I hope so. The club. I was about to plug that anyway.
Because if we are, I'll try to do a watch party for.
Even
Blake
if we
7.
do, I don't know if she's going to be able to watch Blake 7. We have to start next week, Blake 7.
Maybe next week.
But we'll find out. But I'll let you know if she tells me. And our new show to review is going to be Blake 7. So, well, not new.
That's what I was just mentioning because I like to do the watch party before we review it. And then, of course, I'm headed to Comic-Con on Saturday. I'll be in New York, hopefully spending not too much money on action figures they don't have room for anymore. But I always look forward to that, hanging out with friends. If anyone's at New York City Comic-Con on Saturday, send me a DM on Twitter, or it's I'm going to take a lot of video and pictures, and it's always a great time to go there and meet some artists. Maybe ask Dan Slott why he blocked me. But it's always fun. There's all kinds of exclusives, and I love Christmas ornaments, as you guys know. So I've got ton of Star Trek, Star Wars, all kinds of genre ornaments. So they always have some special ornaments for sale there. So looking forward to coming back with a haul and sharing all that with you guys. So I'll be doing a Sunday Night Geekery, 10 p.m. Eastern, and it'll be all on Comic-Con from Saturday. So looking forward to seeing everyone for that Sunday night show.
All right, and a few shout outs and we'll get out of here. Again, what's it? Thursday night, hanging out with the great Tom Connors on Midnight Jazz After Dark, at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then the clubhouse will be in session. Ish, of course, always ish. The clubhouse will be in session tomorrow night. We're hoping Raquel will be back. But if not, Mark and I will be here, the great chief engineer. And thanks, Mark, you're always here for me, dude. I appreciate you. Clobberin Times would be much the poorer over the past couple of years without the great Mark D with a C. It should always be noted.
Thank you so much.
Especially he takes all the abuse I heap on him on either his channel or mine.
In my contract, though.
It is in the contract. Everything's your fault. You're the chief engineer. So hopefully Raquel will be back with us tomorrow night. If not, we'll make do. But either way, we'll be here. And then my great buddy J-Man, I'll be on his channel 6 p.m. Central Standard Time with him and Sean. We're reviewing, of course, all of Kirby's Fourth World in order. It's going to take some time. We're getting it done 3 issues a week in order. And if you're a comics fan and a classic Kirby fan, there you go. Then our buddy Nick Weiser, usually on with him on Friday nights at the Comic Shop Talk, 8:30 p.m. Central time. And it's always a fun with the youngsters over there. I'm the old fogey saying, that sucks. No, that sucks. No, that sucks. But they like some sucky stuff. But I let them have their opinions. I'm kidding. I love those guys, and it's a lot of fun. Then it's Saturday night Star Trek. We're gonna pick it up where we left off. Raquel is gonna be in, and we're gonna it's the season 2 Voyager wrap up. So only 2 episodes that night, what it's usually for. We're gonna review those and then give an overall look at season 2, and then of course in our ongoing quest to review all of real Star Trek 66 through 05, No Other Trek Matters. And then, as Mark said, the Geekery on Sunday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. I'll be hanging out with him over there as always. And then next Monday night at J-Man's channel again for our Legion of Superheroes reviews, reviewing all of that chronologically. Yep. And so there you go. I want to thank everybody for being here with us tonight. We're going to run out now and I will get all the shout outs tomorrow. But thank you all who hung out with us, who listened, and the super chats and everyone. You're all just been fantastic tonight. And a big shout out again, thanks to the great Michael French of Retroblasting. Buddy, we've been doing this for, man,
since before Retroblasting.
It's before there was a Retroblasting, since 2011. And I hope you always will, man. Thank you so much, but it's always great.
I always love being here. This is like home.
Well, thank you, buddy. It is your home. You're always welcome here. Love having you because I know you're a busy man. And so I was just going to ask you something once we get off air, if you don't mind.
Sure.
All right. So to the rest of everybody, thank you all so much. Have a wonderful remainder of your weekend.
I just love clobbering time.